Why was I not unmuted? Hello, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Did you hear anything I was saying? Or did I actually not unmute it? Maybe I'm still sick. No. Funny. Okay. Good morning, everybody. It is a wonderful, beautiful 8 a.m. here in Kansas. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Chat, could you, in the Twitch and the YouTube chat, could you all type some stuff? But only one of you. Oh, God, Kansas? Yep. That's how I feel, brother. No, we cannot test. Okay, so both chats are coming through. Good. Excellent.
What about on the other thing?
Chat, I finally have my charger for my iPad. It's wonderful. I can actually draw again. It's great. I'm having a great time actually being able to work, but I haven't done any work this week, and it's really frustrating me because I want to do work, and I feel like every time I get sick, I've got a little capitalist inside me. It's like, you're wasting money, you're wasting money, you're wasting money, you're wasting money. You know what I mean? You should be doing work. If you're not doing work, you're worthless. That kind of shit. That being said, I am feeling a lot better. I'm very excited to get back to work. I'm very excited to actually do work on Magnus because I felt bad that I wasn't able to for like an entire week. But whatever. It's fine. We're gonna make up for it. It was just so funny that I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna hit the ground running. I'm gonna go back to my home in the States, and then we're gonna get a video out, and it's gonna be awesome. I'm not even gonna work on it while I'm up here because I'm gonna go back home, and then I'm just gonna like immediately get to work on it. And then I was hit with the plague. And here we are. Oh, I hope everybody's having a wonderful, what is it, Sunday? Sunday morning. I had D&D last night. My sense of time this week has been a little messed up. And the reason being is the sickness. Hit the ground running didn't make sense. Not to live for fun. I just built an Infernus squad and a combat patrol last night. Oh my gosh. All in one night? Nice. Nice. I was hit with the plague. You mean Nurgle's gift? Do you not like his gift? Doesn't help that we jumped ahead an hour last night. Oh, that's why I feel like garbage still. Chad, did you know that most of Canada is getting rid of the whole daylight savings thing? Like, they're changing it this time, and then they're not changing it again. And frankly, that's awesome. I think more people should do that. What is daylight savings even for? Because I was taught in school, it's for the farmers. But every single farmer I've ever spoken to is like, I fucking hate daylight savings. I have an uncle who's a farmer. He raises like cattle and stuff. And every time he talks to us, like every time he's at Thanksgiving or whatever, he's like, oh, the fucking daylight savings. Every time, bro, without fail. I can get him going by just going like, yeah, man. Oh, it really stinks that we lost an hour last night. He's like, oh, I'll tell you. He goes on a fucking rant. It's great. Oh, boy. I guess it's related to how the Earth tilts in the winter/summer. Isn't that just the solstice, though? No, but I'm very glad to be over this this cold. At least the worst of it. My voice still feels kind of bleh. My voice obviously is a little gunky, but as far as sneezing stuff and all that goes, you never appreciate how little you sneeze until you're sneezing. It was made to conserve energy during World War I. Oh, we haven't needed this shit for a while. We didn't need this shit. We don't need this shit. Get rid of it. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. But we gonna need it now? I don't know, man. I don't know. I think whatever happens in the world, I think it's important to stay in touch with your community and to not give up, no matter what. I'm going to start painting this morning. If you're painting your Infernus Marines and your Space Marine Combat Patrol, tell me what chapter you're going with. Because obviously we're doing Ultramarines today. Now businesses who operate later hours see it as boosting business during the evening hours. Yeah. Mortifactors. Those are the ones that eat people, right? Mortifactors. Or am I thinking of a different one? Mortifactors. Let's look at you on Lexiconum. Oh, you have a really interesting paint scheme. The Mortifactors are a Space Marine chapter from the Feral world Possible, which is a shrouded planet in almost perpetual darkness. The population of the planet is broken down into tribes, and the mightiest tribe is ideal for recruitment to the Mortifactors. They are a successor chapter to the Ultramarines. Okay. I don't think these are the ones that I was thinking of. Pretty sure all Astartes have cannibalism moments. Yeah, but some of them are really into it. Like, really into it. I can't wait to record Sanguinius, because I want to really talk about the fact that the Blood Angels, who were at the time called the Revenants, unofficially, that was their Legion name. They basically were going around eating everybody, and Dorn was like, you guys have to stop. It's not tactically advantageous to just eat every single thing you come across. And they're like, but I'm really hungry, Cousin Dorn. Uncle Dorn, I'm real hungry. Uncle pokes fingers, looks at him with the biggest, wettest eyes. Oh, please, Uncle Dorn, please. Can I please have just a little bit? I have the exact quote here somewhere. One second. I'm painting Silver Skulls right now. I really like the Silver Skulls colors. 1 minute. I have the quote here. Where is Dorn talking about the Revenants? Here it is. Once Rogel Dorn and his Imperial Fists were fighting alongside the Revenants, he got word of their dinner plans, and Dorn demanded to meet with them and have them answer for these behaviors. Quote, he answered Dorn's tirade with 2 words. We won. This was not the right thing to say. Rogodorn listed their apparent misdeeds back to them. The devouring of enemy dead, not for awakening their omophagia organs, not for appropriate tactical use, but for sustenance, for meat. Yes, Osurian had replied. This was their way, and they had won. They had, Dorn insisted, rendered their own legion serfs down for nourishment. And, again, yes, Osurian had replied. The Emperor charged the 9th Legion to win this war, not die of starvation unsupported. There were blood rites that the Primarch wasn't taking into consideration. There were rituals of cannibalistic holiness that permeated not just the Revenant Legion, but countless human cultures across time. Did the results not matter to Lord Rogel Dorn? Was he only interested in the methods by which war was waged? A meal? A succulent Chinese meal? This is democracy made manifest. Dorn wouldn't be moved by the rhetoric. There were reports he knew of the Grey Warriors eating the foe and their families for the purposes of crushing enemy morality. And yes, Osurian had said again, as if speaking to a dull child instead of a demigod, those reports were true. They were as true on Kyberon as they were on other compliances on other worlds. And we won, he said to the Primarch once more. Rogel Dorn dismissed them in weary disgust. Wow, base. Aw, thank you, Soul Pelt Ducks, for the $2. Meat's back on the menu. That's right. Wow, base. It's really interesting. I had a conversation with Lou about this. Lou, friend of the channel, moderator of the channel, friend of the show, collects bangles, collects Blood Angels. And as I was making notes for this Sanguinius script, I was like, it's really interesting that, at least in the Horus Heresy compared to 40k, the Blood Angels went from kind of ghouls into vampires, and I think that change is really interesting because that, like, in Heresy, the way they're described is they're like almost Age of Sigmar ghouls. Like, they're fucking just eating people, like, and using their fucking bones as decorations and stuff. You can't even have the Bone Temple anymore in 40k because of woke. You can't do it. Ew, blueberries. Why not paint Raven Guard instead? I'll tell you why. It's not because of the Roman aesthetic. It's not because it's what's on the box. It's simply because that blue is my favorite color. It's that simple. Blood Twink is hot, Ava. He can be hot, but he's also like a weird, interesting case of like... People might hate the Sanguinius episode because I don't glaze him. I'm going to glaze him as much as any other Primarch in constantly reminding the audience, like, no. Yeah, ooh woo, everybody likes Sanguinius, whatever. But we also need to remember that that's like his psychic ability, and that's kind of fucked up that that is his psychic ability. It's important that you don't glaze him. I know. I like Sanguinius a lot, but I think it's a disservice to his character to simply go like, and he was really nice, and everybody loved him, and he was like the perfectest littlest boy. I think there's a disservice to the character, because you're only getting one part of the story, you know what I mean? It's like what this is kind of what we've been talking about with all the Primarchs, where it's like, no, you should love them as a whole, while also keeping in the back of your mind, like, these are all terrible people. They're not even people. They're like weird. We can't possibly relate to any of them. Even as much as I love Guilliman. I think Guilliman's a fascinating character. Horrible monster. Oh my god. Omega Hitler. You mean Emperor II? Yes, but we're not going to touch upon that in this episode. What we will touch upon, though, is not necessarily how the fanbase misinterprets his future reading, but more specifically how the authors of Sanguinius's books do not have a consistent way how he sees the future, because sometimes it's visions. But my favorite comes from Echoes of Eternity, where he's talking to the Emperor, and every couple words the Emperor says, the way it's written is that Sanguinius is getting like echoes of other words. And I think that is really cool. Honestly, even though I'm a Blood Angels player, I don't actually like Sanguinius because everybody treats him as perfect, and that's kind of boring. I'd like him more if his vampirism was more focused on. Plus, people forget Sanguinius loved killing so much. Yes, and this is why okay, Exhaustion, have you read The Great Angel? I have not read it fully, but I've read enough of it to go like, wow, I would probably really enjoy this book, actually. It's a Blood Angels book, but it's also, there's a B plot where an investigator, a remembrancer, but basically he becomes an investigator, is brought on to go like, okay, you're being hired by the Primarch himself to go and investigate and report on what's going on with my legion. Don't leave out any details. We want the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And he starts to find shit like the Bone Temple, and he naturally gets a little fucking freaked out about it. And there's another Remembrancer who is part of the Blood Angels crew, and she comes by and she's like, hey, listen, I have a problem with your reporting because you're not glazing the Blood Angels enough. And he's like, yeah, but what they're doing is wrong. And she's like, yeah, whatever. Just like, don't write about that because they're so cool. Why aren't you okay with the fact that they're horrific monsters? It's crazy. It's awesome. Without going too much into it, basically there's a part where he basically stumbles upon a body being eaten by a Blood Angel. And the Blood Angel looks at him and goes, you're not supposed to be here. And he goes, and he blacks out because the Space Marine just fucking grabs him. It's fucking great. I highly recommend it. Sanguinius hears how the Emperor actually speaks IMO. The others hear what they want. I like that. I like that a lot. He's saying things, but there's echoes of other things underneath it. There's a lot of excerpts in the Sanguinius book, and I can't wait to whip out my Sanguinius voice, because it's just the Alucard voice that I did for that one Castlevania Abridged I voiced in, like, forever ago. But I'm going to whip out that voice, and Carrie's going to be like, ooh. It's going to be great. Sanguinius still serves as a great counterpoint to Kurz's point that the future, to the future's type morality. Chat, I was talking to John about this as we were, like, reviewing notes and stuff. We can't actually find a source that says Sanguinius's visions were always more positive and Kurz's were always negative. That seems to be a fan thing that has just, like, been assumed. But there might be, like, an excerpt or like, a line in, like, an old Black Book or something that might have said something along those lines. There is no evidence of that I've seen. Okay. So that just might be a fan idea. I think it's way more interesting that Kurz and Sanguinius do see similar things, but as their characters, Kurz will always take the negative and Sanguinius will always try to find the hope in it. Or, more interestingly, they both have to cope with the horrors. That's way cooler to me. The visions that Sangi had on Saturnine are not what I would call positive. Yes. Titus with his captain drip for Ultramar. Dude, I'm a big fan of GW bringing back exactly what I want for Space Marines. Remember, we wouldn't have Space Marines if it wasn't for Chaos Warriors back in Warhammer Fantasy. And you know what made Chaos Warriors awesome? They had big fur cloaks. Big fur cloaks, big furry shoulders. Great. Awesome. Amazing. Big furry cloaks. I love it. Love me a furry marine. Yes, yes. Chat, there's this one. Hold on. I'll put it up on screen. I still am undecided if I ever get into Horus Heresy what legion I'm going to go with, but I'm going to tell you. The Imperial Fists have a stranglehold on me. And I'll tell you why. It's based entirely on one single mini. I know there's going to be a lot of people who are like, oh, you could just kit bash, or you could just convert it, or whatever. I don't care. I need you to see the raw, unchecked aura of Lord Castellian Evader Garius, the Tyrant of Chthonia. The raw aura of this man. That's not even a real bear. That's a space bear. A space bear pelt across his shoulders. The pointing power fist. Standing on a dude he just melted from the inside out. Oh, the aura, bro. The aura. It's so good. Is there cool stuff in Fantasy /40k that finds its origins in Blood Bowl? No, not that I can tell at the top of my head. Blood Bowl is like very much a parody of fantasy, and now that Blood Bowl is like getting more updated, we're gonna see it being more of a parody of things like Old World specifically, which is like fine because Blood Bowl itself doesn't take its lore into consideration whatsoever. It's all just vibes and fun times, so whatever. If I ever pick Loyalist Marines, I'm going Salamanders or Imperial Fists. Both good options. Both very cool. I'm going with Salamanders. I have a bunch of unpainted Mark II Marines and a Demos pattern Rhino I'm going to do because my Furnace squad came with Sally's decals. Yeah, Salamanders... Excuse me. I like the Salamanders color scheme in Heresy way more than I do their, like, bright yellow-green of 40k. I like their more desaturated colors of the Heresy way more. That's a personal thing, though. I just got back into Warhammer 21 years, and I am starting a 30k Mechanicum. I really like the army, but as I paint them, I forgot how bad I am at painting and lots of flat armor. Heh. Do not worry. I feel like everybody and like YouTubers are a big proponent of this. Not YouTubers, but like not intentionally, I should say. But I feel that because social media has so many people that are sharing their very, very well painted Space Marines or armies or what have you, you get this sort of not intentional, but it's very easy to get lost in the sauce, so to speak, where you're looking at all these things online and you're going like, well, I'll never be like that good, or I'll never be like this or that. And I've talked to a lot of people who have said directly that made them not even start. And that really bothers me. And it doesn't bother me because like, oh, you should be painting. But like, it's why I think techniques like the whole slap chop craze, or the new makeup sponge thing, or the acrylic markers, or whatever opinions you have of each and every one of these things, the fact it's getting people to paint their miniatures to a standard that they are happy with is great and amazing, and I think that's awesome. And I will never, ever, ever, ever talk smack on a technique that gets somebody's minis on the table to a standard that they like. That's fantastic. Painting dysphoria goes hard. Yes. There's some evidence in Comrade's Primarch book by Guy Haley about him saying he does only see the negative, but the book is from his POV and Kurz's character is that he is. Yeah, so take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, did we get raided? What happened? Why are people saying 13 people? What's happening? Chad, did we get raided? What happened? I am Alfarius. Hello, welcome. I made it to one of the painting streams. Hi, Ava. Hi, guys. Gender neutral. Yeah, of course. It's really funny to have guys be like a gender neutral term. Dude is also kind of up there for me for like a gender neutral term, but also some people have problems with it. Some people go like, yo, don't call me dude, and that's perfectly fine. You just gotta respect it. I'm making a joke about how few people play Alpha Legion. Oh, I see. There are dozens of us! Alright, chat, let's move over to the desk. How's the volume and everything compared to my voice and the music? How do you feel about that? Bud, you know what you're doing with titling the stream this? You mean being incredibly funny and also based. Mix is good? Volume's okay? Okay. Guys, bros, dudes, boys, and chat are all gender neutral in 2026. That's true. It's true. All right. I have very exciting things to show you, chat. I just ran out of my water. That's okay. We'll get more in just a second. I have very exciting things to show you. First off, let's do a quick update on the Chaos Space Marine stuff. Number one, I've built up more things, and I've rebased a couple miniatures. So let's go over those right now. I've rebased my Havocs so that... Why are you not focusing? There we go. I've rebased my Havocs to be on 32mm bases so that they will actually be able to be... Like, so this is a Legionary with a Reaper chain cannon, right? They overhang a little bit, but it's not enough to actually interfere with anything super important. Like, if they rank up alongside another Marine, like, it's not going to be an issue. You know what I mean? It's not an issue whatsoever. What else do we have? I've started to work on the unique parts of the army. One second. I have my iPad over here. I finally am able to look at chat over at the desk, but I need to find out how to... Is it sleep mode? No. screen. Chat, how do I make an iPad not, like, go to sleep? You know what I mean? How do I make that happen? One second. I don't know what's happening. AC. To change the screen, look on open settings, display and brightness. Okay, let's go over to display and brightness. Thank you very much, Chad. Display and brightness. Night shift off. Auto lock. Never. There we go. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Now, you'll be right there forever. Okay. Where was I? I showed you that. Oh! I started getting the unique options built. So here we have a legionary with a heavy weapon. Obviously, it's a Khorne Berserker with a two-handed chain axe. Very cool. Aura. We love it. I have a Slaneshi one as well. He does not have a backpack yet, but dual-wielding sabers. Very fun. I also had a Nurgle one already. And chat, you're gonna love his face. It's Fly Guy. It's Fly Guy. And he's got a dual... or not dual wielding. He's got a two-handed, big, rusty, disgusting axe, and it's gonna be real cool to see him all ranked up with the other legionaries, just marching on, doom, 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 you know what I mean? That's gonna be really, really cool. We've got... Bingus. Bingus the Demon Prince has been primed. If you remember from the last streams, he was kind of splotchy because I cleaned him. He used to be a word bearer, so I stripped all the paint off. But as you can see, he is looking snazzy now. He is looking amazing. No wings? No, because I already built him with the arms and the chest plate for 40k. He had wings before, but frankly, I can just get another Demon Prince. This is not the only Demon Prince I will ever have in my life. I will definitely make another one with wings. It'll probably be the same Bingus, honestly. But for like the Age of Sigmar build. Damn, looks freaking cool. The Demon Prince might be one of my favorite kits GW has ever released. It is such a quality, very fun creature to build. It comes with a lot of extra parts. A lot of optional things that you can give him. Very, very cool. Would recommend if you have any interest in either demons or just like a kit bashing thing. Like I've seen people take this cannon and they put it on an orc, or this sword and put it on an orc. Duncan Rhodes has a whole thing where he paints something called the Hellboy, which is he took an Age of Sigmar orc, made it into a 40k orc with this cannon and all these like cool little kit bashing things. Very, very cool. And I will say this, chat. It is a lot easier to make an AOS thing into 40k than it is to take a 40k thing and put it into AOS. It's much, much easier to do the other way around. Last thing I want to show. I did a bit of kit bashing. And I primed him already because I was very excited to see him all primed and looking snazzy and stuff. Chat, it's an Iron Warrior. The body is from the Death Guard Space Marine kit. The backpack is from the Khorne Berserkers, but obviously I took the balls and kind of made it into like a sort of modified-ish Mark III, Mark VI, whatever the hell, kind of adjacent backpack looking deal. He's an Iron Warrior. He's probably tinkering with some stuff. He's got a little battle trophy there of some poor guy's head. I shaved off all of the spikes on the knee pad and the chest plate so that the bolter would fit. The arms are from the regular Legionary kit. This is from the Khorne Berserker kit. I just shaved off the Khorne symbol. This is from the regular Legionaries kit, this shoulder pad. I shaved off any of the tentacles, particularly one on the little butt flap here. It's a little messy, but at the same time, from 3 feet away on a table, you're not going to notice it. But this guy, I'm very, very excited. Oh, also the head is a Khorne Berserker with the ears shaved off. If you look closely, it's a little messy, but whatever. At the end of the day, from 3 feet away, he looks like an Iron Warrior. He has the attitude of an Iron Warrior, and boy, am I excited to paint him. Not today, but definitely in the future. I just wanted to prime him to have all the pieces unified and look. He just looks awesome. You know what I mean? I love neutral poses like this. He's just so intimidating, just marching forward, going like, well, here I come. I'm coming to kill you. Any warp smiths? No, not at the moment. I don't have any warp smiths. Neither do I have any tech marines. Chat. It's time. Today we're going to be painting the humble Ultramarine. We are painting a normal Intercessor Space Marine. This is sort of the goal that we're going for, so you can see we're going to get from this black primed miniature to this sort of standard. Obviously, this miniature is not finished. The bolt gun doesn't even have the metallics on it. The leather is not done. You get the idea. But this is sort of what we're going for. This is sort of the tabletop standard Ultramarine armor that we're going to be achieving. And I am very, very excited. For another reference, here is Marneus Calgar. Sorry, not Marneus Calgar anymore. This is now a Captain in Gravis armor. This is a Captain in Gravis armor because Marneus Calgar in his Gravis armor has been removed as per the last data slate. This is his old 50mm base. I've moved him to a 40mm, and while that is kind of sad to see, at the same time, the only big loss, honestly, is the 2 Bodyguard Victrix Honor Guard that he had, but at the same time, I like the data slate for the Captain with Gravis. He'll just be run with the 2 Power Fist loadout. I think he looks great. I'm very proud of him, and because he's already got the Ultramarine filigree and stuff all over him, he already looks awesome. Is there any difference between the drum mag curved mag bolt rifles anymore? No, all bolt guns are just bolt guns. This bolter is the same as any other bolter. They're not going to kill off Marneus, right? No. So Marneus Calgar he's back in his Terminator armor. He was in Gravis since 8th edition. But he is now back in his Terminator armor, but we had a couple months there where there were 2 Calgars. You could not run them in the same army, but they had different abilities. And largely, if you looked around the Ultramarine and just Space Marine community at large, Gravis Calgar was far more useful in most situations, whereas Calgar now, where he's in the Terminator outfit, far less useful. And it's mostly based on their abilities and the fact that this Calgar came with 2 bodyguards as default. Now, with all that out of the way, I do also have a Terminator here. I've painted Chaos Terminators before. I've never painted a Primaris Terminator. And we're going to be switching between these two to show you the different applications on the armor panels, specifically because, I wanted to do an Intercessor to show you things like the gold. I wanted to show you the Terminator to show you exactly how some of the things go with highlighting. The main kind of brush we're going to be using are dry brushes. If you look closely, you can actually see the sort of effect that we're going to be going for. It's a little hard to see with the light, but you can kind of see what we're talking about here. Let me zoom in a little more, actually. You can see here, there's this texture all over the ceramite armor. You see that texture? That texture is exactly what we want. It's exactly what we want, because I think this makes the ceramite look more unique than just a flat color on a panel. This is, in my mind, when I imagine Space Marines, this is what the armor looks like. It's weird, it's textured, it's interesting. But we're going to be showing off both the Terminator. I have the head already primed white just for ease of painting. And you can see that the back of the helmet, or back of the head slot, it's a little unprimed compared to the rest of it, but honestly, it's not going to matter because once this head is slotted in, it's not going to be shown whatsoever. The majority of paints we're going to be using today are from the Monument Hobbies Pro Acryl line. I am a big fan of these paints. And yeah, I guess we're just going to get started. I'm going to have us zoomed out for the most part, so let me get everything into focus. Is that focus, chat? Is that good enough for you, or do you want zoomed in a little more? Nice to see Warhammer tubers giving highlight to unpopular armies like the Ultramarines. They definitely deserve more spotlight for GW. It gives them none. It's true. We only have like 4 characters, and it's such a shame. I think we should have more, honestly. We've got Ventress, Calgar, Titus. Pharaohs doesn't count because he immediately got into Legends because he's a book character. Actually, zoom in a little bit. But yeah, no, I think Ultramarines deserve more. Excuse me. Okay, this focus is actually really good. Okay. Oh, chat, I also have this guy. I got him for cheap off eBay. I'm waiting on a helmet to get to me because the helmet that I was going to use for him, I flooded with plastic cement, and it looks like garbage. But he is going to be the, I can't remember his name, but he's going to be the captain of the first company. And it's going to be fun. We're not going to paint him today. We're just focusing on the Terminator and the Humble Intercessor. Before we get started, chat, I am going to leave really quick just to get a refill on my water. And then we will get started. So I'll be right back. 1 second. Water's right there, Chief. I don't drink paint water. Oh, excuse me. Why do they always immediately Legends books characters that get minis? They did it for every single one except Uriel Ventress, and I have no idea why. Alright, chat. As things come up with certain techniques, I'll do my best to explain what exactly I'm doing and why I'm doing it. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to put them in chat. It could be any sort of question that's related to the painting. If I don't answer it in a timely manner, that is, like, if your chat just immediately goes, like, you put in your question and it's gone. Just put it in a couple times. Don't spam it, obviously, because then the mods will get mad, and so will the auto mod and stuff like that. But we're pretty much gonna... Oh, I knew I was forgetting something. Excuse me, we don't have any paper towels. How are you gonna paint without any paper towels? Alrighty. As I said before, the majority of the brushes that we will be using today are actually dry brushes. I prefer the ones with the dome sort of heads rather than the flat heads that you might see. This is an old brush, but it still serves the purpose. The flat square brushes. The reason why I prefer these ones is because they will actually catch more of the area that we're supposed to be painting. They'll catch the flat edges, or the flat panels rather than the edges, whereas the flat square brushes are more designed to hit like the edges of tanks and like armor panels and stuff like that. The metallics, when we get there, are going to be a little more complicated, and I'll explain why when we get there, but for the most part, we are using acrylic paints with dry brushes. Now remember, the goal of this is for us to get a cool, textured surface on this ceramite armor, because at the end of the day, ceramite, it's not a material that we're really familiar with. So it could look like whatever you want. It could be a flat painted miniature. It could be a more complicated kind of texture. It could be completely metallic. All right, let me get everything into focus in such a way. All right, I'm going to be painting... if I'm rested like this, you can't really see it. So let me move the camera over like this. So if I'm resting like this, you can see that. Yes, you can. How focused is that for you, chat? Focus. Focus! This is the most frustrating thing about the stream. Aha! It immediately went unfocused. It was focused? No. It wasn't as focused as I wanted it to be. Is it because it's getting this? It's catching other things. 1 second. How did you prime this fella? This is primed with Rust-Oleum. Just cheap black primer I found at like Walmart. Because, frankly, I think if you're paying like 30 bucks for primer, I don't know what you're doing. Most, if not all, paint schemes can be done from a black primer. If you can't go black, go brown. If you can't go brown, go white. There are many, many ways to get whatever paint scheme you need from those base colors. But at the end of the day, a primer is not necessarily a base coat. It is just for something to stick the paint onto and to give us a starting point. So, for this, we're starting with black. I'm going to make sure that my dry brush, contrary to its name, is actually a little damp. Because if it's completely dry, we're going to get a bit of a chalky texture, and we don't want that. So I'm going to make sure that it's damp. I'm using my hand to test the dampness. I don't want it to be like it's actually wet. I just want it to be kind of cold, you know what I mean? Like you can tell that the water is there, but it's not actually going to interfere with the paint. First color we're using, burnt sienna, Pro-Acryl. This is going to be our undertone because we want these Marines to look a little dirty. I'm taking just a bit here. Now watch this. That's all I'm taking off. We're doing a technique called overbrushing, where I'm just going to be coating most of the Marine in a very thin layer of this. If it gets into the recesses, I do not care. Because this is supposed to resemble the dirt that has gone onto the Marine, gotten into the cracks and crevices, and by the end of it, you won't see a lot of this color, but you will see it enough to know, oh, there's some dirt like between the feet there. Oh, there's some dirt in like the crack of the arm. And because Pro-Acryl paints are so thin, gives us a pretty good working time till we get to... Make sure I get the fingers. About there. And we might even do another coat of that. But Primarch Gilman won't compliment me. My armor has dirt on it. Space Marines are on the front lines for months, if not years. Even Ultramarines understand that it is impossible to have your armor at peak quality 100% of the time. If they're going for a ceremony, obviously they're gonna snazzy up their armor. But this is a war zone, soldier! Keep your armor in tip-top shape to the best of your ability. But where these guys are fighting, I'm gonna be basing them in a desert. There's gonna be lots of dirt in these cracks and crevices. Lots and lots and lots of dirt. Now, this going on, it looks orange. Obviously. But when it dries, it's gonna be really nice, warm brown tone. I might actually have to switch to a smaller dry brush for this. I will. Excuse me. There's a place I can't reach. That's fine. That's in shadow. With this small one, I just want to make sure I'm getting into all the cracks that I want. And again, this is not dry brushing. Look how wet this paint is. This is not dry brushing. How clean off a dry brush? Just like this. You can be pretty rough with them. Pretty clean. This is why I always keep paper towels pretty handy by the desk as well. Because look at how much pigment's coming off that. Did you hear Citadel Paints is rebranding to Warhammer Paints? Yep. I thought that would be the perfect opportunity for them to make their pots better. That's not what they're doing. Let's check our first intercessor. As you can see, it gets this really ruddy brown look. And we're going to do another pass on this, actually. Making sure that the dry brush is not wet, but it is damp. It's a very rough and messy step. And this time, I am less concerned with getting it literally everywhere. I just want to make sure this is the foundation that we have going forward. And obviously, all of this is optional. If you paint it like this and you go, I don't think the burnt sienna step actually does anything, then feel free to skip. That is A-okay. At the end of the day, do what makes you happy, and if doing this step makes you ick, then don't do it. Simple as that. Okay. Terminator is dry now. Just need a little more burnt sienna. Woo! That was a little much, but considering how big the Terminator is. What exactly does it do? This will be our recess shade. This is basically underpainting. This is going to serve as a layer of dirt that as we add more layers of blue, you're still going to be able to see this ruddy orangish brown underneath everything. It's going to be subtle, but you'll be able to see it in such a way that when I base these guys, and we're going to be doing sort of a Nevada desert, sort of a red, orangish desert wasteland. It's going to look like they're actually in that environment and not just... They're Ultramarines, but they're like on some planet that doesn't match with what color is actually on them at all. And if I can't reach anything with this pass, that's fine. It's in shadow. Okay. Clean off the brush. Are you using orange to represent dirt or because orange is the contrast color to blue? Both! It is all color theory. Orange is the contrast to blue, which means when this paint scheme is all done and over with, there's going to be a little contrast in the shadows. And it's going to look really, really cool. Dry brush is mostly clean. And that's it for the burnt sienna step. I'll show you an example as the paint dries. Look at this Marnie's Calgar mini. Actually, this might be a bad example. Because he has so much detail on him now, it's kind of hard to see all the dirt and stuff. Look here. Do you see? There's a very subtle orange. There it is. Do you see it? And so, from a distance, you can still see that and go, oh, look, there's like a little bit of dirt in the crack of that armor. You can see it definitely around the feet. Here it is on the foot right here. Back of the foot right there. But as you can see, it's a very subtle step. Oh, even this side of the face, you can see how I wasn't able to get the blue, so there's this shadow happening here, and there's still a bit of that ruddy brown right there. It's a very subtle step, but it helps with that contrast. A theory of colors. True, true, true. Alright. Our Ultramarine is looking quite orange. Alright. We are switching to a smaller dry brush. Because we're going to start, actually, no, wait. Sorry. We're not doing that step yet. We are switching to a smaller dry brush. But we are not moving on to our main blue yet. No, 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 not yet. Now we have to get the shadow blue. We're using dark gray blue. Hi, Ava and Carrie. Carrie's not here. She's still asleep. Any sort of special type of Ultramarines you're making? Regular second company. Are deco art paints allowed? Sure. If that's the paint you like using. Do you not have trouble painting the equivalent in other parts of the Marine with the arms and bolts are that way? Yes. But there are ways around it. At the end of the day, you can just break off the arms if you really are bothered by it. But frankly, considering these are intercessors, I'm not too worried. Dark gray blue. This is supposed to represent our dark shadow color. We still want the paint to go on smoothly. So I'm going to make sure my dry brush is still damp. Focus. Now you might think, as we're doing this, well, what was the point? What the hell was the point of that other step? I can't even see the orange mostly anymore. Again, it's subtle. And this is why I said earlier, if you don't want to do the orange step, the burnt sienna, then don't do it. I'm not your dad. I can't tell you how to paint your Ultramarines. I'm just here to try to give you some advice. Okay. Terminator next. If this doesn't get into the cracks, I am not worried about it. Like the cracks of the fingers, not worried. Again, it's dirt. Dirt built up over months, if not years of fighting. This dark gray blue, perfect if you want to go for Crimson Fists. Looks amazing. Before we clean off our brush, I'm just going to do one pass. Looks good. Also looks good. Okay. We're starting to build up our volume. Oh, this is why we do a pass. Because I do want paint in there. Actually, where's my smaller brush? If you want, you can use a normal brush. It doesn't matter. At least for this step, because we're not at the texture part yet. Did you teach yourself your paint techniques over time? Or did you learn from others? I watched hours and hours and hours of painting tutorials. I never stopped learning. I'm still learning. I've gone through different paint techniques. I've gone through techniques that I don't even like. I've done a heavy metal style marine. I've done a slap chop. I've done all of these different paint techniques, and I've ultimately decided that dry brushing, while not my primary thing that I do, is definitely a good starting point. Now I'm using this brush to go in and paint parts that my dry brush could not. Just little places here and there. Again, I'm not worried about a majority of the stuff, but if something should be blue, I'm gonna paint it blue. It's like inside of the collar, couple dots here, couple dots there. Basically, we're using this as a small dry brush, you know what I mean? It's just the recesses we're really wanting the the orange in. Flat panels, not so much. Particularly like the ball parts of the backpack. I'd like that arm to get a little more blue. This to get a little more. I'm sort of using this brush as a dry brush, or like a tiny overbrush. Not really worried about the feet. Okay. Dry brushing saved my sanity on certain models, like my Triarch Stalker metal legs were all dry brushed. Yes. Dry brushing, I think, is a technique that if I hear somebody talking smack about it, I kind of go, oh, cool opinion. I don't agree at all. I dry brushing is an amazing technique. It's a technique that is easy to learn, but hard to master. There are a lot of different things you got to do for dry brushing. You have to prepare your brushes differently. You literally use different brushes. Word of advice as you're doing, if you're following along for whatever reason. I don't know if you're using this as like a tutorial or anything. Your dry brushes will get stained with some pigment. That's okay. You can always clean them later. But just work to get a majority of that pigment off. But if you're using this, like I specifically use this for painting my Ultramarines, I'm not too worried about it. Okay. Just a bit of water on him as I splash it around like a fool. We'll wait for it to dry. But here's where we're at right now. Very dark, excuse me, oh my goodness. Very dark blue shadows. You usually see how different. There's a subtle difference here between the back here that I painted with a brush and this part here. And I think it's because that part is still drying a little bit. But you see how the application is going to change a little bit. You can always strip a mini or cover over if it isn't on too thick. True. I've always been a lore person more than a player of games, but this stream has got me interested in painting my own figure. What are you thinking of? I want to do these streams to show people that painting miniatures is not hard. It's not hard. It's a fun time. Enjoy yourself. Okay. This is it. Blue. Blue. Look at this blue. Look how perfect that blue is. As a fellow blue enjoyer, excellent blue. Amazing blue. Now, this is the part where we're going to start working in volumetric highlights. If you don't know what volumetric highlights mean, do you see how the way the light is hitting? This is from the top down. It's a bit at an angle, but you get the idea. It's from the top down. Do you see how top is brighter and between the legs it's like much darker? Do you see that? That's what volumetric is. It's brighter at the top, more vibrant, and the shadows are darker. That's all volumetric is. It's a fancy word of saying this is how light works. The blue is blue. It's true. It's a good blue. I like this blue. I have a question about 40K if possible. Ask it. Dry brushing sucks. It's okay to be wrong, friend. It's just another tool. It's a tool in your belt. I know professional painters who go to Golden Demon and win the sword and stuff that use, like... Well, I don't know them personally, but, like... Dry brushing is just another tool to have under your belt, you know? It's not a bad thing. It's not a... Oh, this technique is only for beginners, so if you want to take painting really seriously, you gotta not use it. That's an elitist attitude. I don't like elitist attitudes. Be mindful of the models are because some strippers can melt plastic and resin. Make sure to get the proper stripper for what you are using. For the majority of what you guys are going to be working with, which is plastic miniatures, you're gonna want 91% isopropyl alcohol. One moment. This fine fella was bathing in this exact bottle, not in the bottle, but like in a cup that I filled with isopropyl alcohol. This guy was bathing in that for 3 days, maybe 4. I went in with a toothbrush, old toothbrush, cleaned him up. The plastic is a little stained. It's like not as, like if you compare it directly with, like this one's much brighter than this one. But yeah, for resin miniatures, you're not going to really be able to do that. Did you have to do one pass or several? That was one pass. I worry about the artist who was painting minis. I worry not about the artist who painted minis 10,000 techniques. I fear the artist who has painted 10,000 minis with one technique. Have you heard of the Legion of the Damned? Yes. Blue. Look at that blue, chat. Do you see that? Do you see that blue? That's blue. When I think of blue, that's it, baby. That's blue. We're using this dry brush. Okay. I am satisfied with the amount of dampness. Again, forgive me for my voice cracks and whatnot. I'm still getting over this sickness. Now, this is the part where I'm going to start stippling. This is the part where we start to add texture. Because now we're at the main actual color of the armor. This is the actual paint. And remember, these guys have been fighting for months, perhaps years on this battlefield. Focusing on getting like 90% of the miniature covered. Now look at the difference between this leg and the top of that. Now here's the thing. This is where stippling comes into a lot of play. Look at this leg. I can start to make a gradient here by just focusing on the side, and I'm just trying to hit the parts that the light is hitting. And this will make our Marine have volume. This leg is further out into the light, but I don't want to hit directly under him. Look at the legs. Do you see that gradient? It's a little hard to see. I am using a phone camera, but if you see that gradient there, When that dries, I'm actually going to stipple it a little more. When that dries, that's going to look like a really, really natural shadow. I might even do a second pass with the blue on this, but frankly, I'm very happy with that. How much pressure do you apply? As much as I really need, but frankly, not that much. I'm just tapping. I'm tapping. Especially when I'm trying to stipple on those legs, I'm being very gentle. Because the technique with stippling is you're just using the advantage that you're using a brush to get tons of little dots to create a gradient. Was this less than before? Let's compare. I did not hit the inner leg here. And look at the difference between these two. This one's falling off his base. So look at this. Last step, I was using a lot of pressure because I did not care. I did not care where that blue was going compared to where it ended up with this new blue. You know what I mean? Oh, whoa. Woo. I screwed a little too much. Don't worry about getting everything perfectly on the first pass. You can do multiple. So far, we've only done one pass on both Marines. Well, I'm doing the Terminator pass right now, but you get what I mean. This leg is a great example. I'm only going to hit the side here. And watch what happens. You see? I'm doing little dots and focusing and touching the part that I want to be blue. So that this natural gradient occurs, and so the leg is in shadow. Now, a large part of this, I am trying to walk everybody through this. But frankly, a lot of this is brain turn off. Brain turn off, paint blue. Head empty, only blue. First mark of paint on the new mat. My goodness. It's happened. Terminators are very fun to do volumetric highlights on because they're just so big. If you want very, very vibrant blue Ultramarines, I would go one step further for the highlight and then stop. I'm trying to always have the brush, if I'm doing this motion, I'm always trying to go down. Because where does light come from, chat? Up. So light go down. It comes from above. Very good. Very good. All right. Next step. Sky blue. This is where we start to really think about our lighting. Because we've got the main color down. I'm going to clean off my blue brush. Cobalt blue. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Cobalt blue is a good blue. I remember when I was a wee little baby playing Halo, and I was like, oh, the elites are so cool. They're blue. This Master Chief guy sucks. Sorry, I got loud there for a second, but it was funny. So look, even though it's stained, a little bit of pigment's coming off. But because I only use this brush for this step, I'm not worried about it. I'm using this brush now. Let's compare it to this brush. And then compare it to this brush. You can see the size differences. This is a makeup brush. Specifically, I believe this is for eyes? I cannot remember. Oh, right here. It's a concealer brush. I got this at like a discount, whatever the hell, at like a makeup store. Chief was cool, at least Halo Combat Evolved when he was thick. He did have the fanny pack, didn't he? What music are you playing? This is Metal Hellsinger. It's a rhythm game, but metal. Nearly finished my gingerbread broadside battlesuit. Just have to back attachments and then the base to do. That's awesome. Light comes from the pitiful guns of the doomed alien. If you want to do like object source lighting, yeah, that would be a cool thing to do. I'm making sure my dry palette is actually a little dry. Sky blue. Start thinking about where that light is, and we're doing a stippling. Don't like attack it, but we're just stippling. I find these brushes really good for stippling. You can really see the effects of the stippling here on the shoulder pad. Look at that gradient. Look at that. Airbrush, who needs them? For this part of the shoulder pad, because it's angled like this, and focusing on the part that's facing up, not so much the part that's facing down. The head, you want to put a little more care into actually getting the lighting, because the head is very important. We as humans will naturally look at the head of something. Get those fingies. And again, I'm not attacking it, I'm just tapping. We're just tapping. A little more light here. And this is the beauty of doing the stippling technique like this. You get to really pick where the light is coming from. So look at the legs compared to the top. Look at that gradient on the shoulder pad. Even when I paint, it feels weird to think about lighting because in my mind there's always going to be an IRL light source. You gotta not think of it like that. Because what we're doing here is we're trying to take the viewer, that's us, into another world. We are trying to bring this Space Marine to life. Where is this Space Marine? I want him to be in a sort of Nevada-esque desert. And I imagine the sun is hitting him from above. And he's trudging through that sand, fighting whatever enemy there is that day. Tyranids, orcs, what have you. And he's ready to kill. He is the Emperor's Angel. With courage and honor, he will fight back against the alien and the mutant and all that beautiful, beautiful propaganda. This machine loves propaganda. Oop. This is an example of too much paint on the brush. But that's alright. Mistakes into miracles. Still a little too much paint, but that's okay. That's alright. There's a mistake that happens, that's A-okay. I make mistakes in painting all the time. I'm just gently tapping, getting it to a point that I like. You could even tell a story depending on the different textures that your armor has. What if some of these armor panels are new? What if he just got out of seeing the Tech Marine? A new set of fully repaired gear, ready to kill. Could be an interesting part of visual storytelling. And so again, look at that leg. It's not perfect, but it doesn't have to be. It's an intercessor. If we focus on making every single miniature perfect, we'll never get everything done. We'll not get anything done. I'm just going to touch up a little bit on the feet, adjust the gradient here a little bit. I am tapping a little bit harder. And the reason why I'm doing that is just because I want the speckled pattern to come out a little more. I'm holding the base pretty firmly. Let's compare. Now you can really see the texture that I was talking about. Remember, chat, perfect is the enemy of good. As an artist, it's very hard to tell ourselves, that's good enough. I'm done. Very, very hard to do that. But you gotta learn it. Because then nothing will ever get done. You'll never be satisfied. Let's move on to the Terminator. Remember, sky blue. Gotta go. What the? One moment. My phone. Excuse me. Okay, weird. Uh-oh. Ah! Technical difficulty. My phone wasn't charging. I've got it plugged in and everything so that it doesn't happen. We're good now, folks. We're good. We're good. Trying to focus on like everything except the Terminator. Being very light, but especially this cauldron, because I want that gradient to really start to shine. I think I might even have a little too much blue on me, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm being more aggressive in parts that I know are going to be completely in the light, such as the top. If you think that something needs another pass, wait for it to dry. These are acrylic paints, it doesn't take long. Come at it again. Look at that gradient. There's even some, like, minor scratches there, too. That's why I like the stippling technique. You kind of have the weathering built in. Into the crotch plate. And my brush is much too wet. Or, sorry, much too dry. Is there a Space Marine chapter you don't like? I guess it would depend on what exactly we mean by don't like. Aesthetically? Plenty. Vibes-wise? I don't really know. I think there's value in all Space Marine chapters. There's value in all factions. There's value in all characters. I think there's stuff to like about everything in Warhammer. That's what makes it so appealing to so many people. Alright, I'm getting into this stone. We're just gonna hold it by the base the way God intended. So you can really see the stippling pattern here. You see how there's all these like minor scratches and stuff? That's the paint getting chipped. After all this time out in the war zone, this Space Marine, they don't have time to maintain their armor. This is a battlefield. They're here to kill, possibly maim, and or burn. Wait a minute. Wait. Obviously, the Terminator is taking a little longer, and it's mostly because I am not as familiar with painting him as I am with the Intercessor. So I'm just taking my time, learning these new shapes. These new cracks and crevices. Coming together. Uh-oh. If you ever make a mistake, you know, always just smear it with your finger. It's okay. That's alright. Whoops. That's A-okay. I am really attacking it now. Another mistake. It's okay. I find it so funny that there's obvious rage bait in titles. What do you mean? There's facts in the title. Do you not think Ultramarines are the best chapter? I mean, they're on the box art. Do you see a blood angel on there? I think not. Another good lesson to learn, chat. The back of the miniature, nobody cares about. Nobody cares about the back of a miniature. The back of a Space Marine, nobody cares. So if there's a little mistake on the back, don't worry about it. It's okay. See that? Too much paint. So with a lighter hand, I'm coming in. Paint that beautiful power fist. Now, Chad, if you've hung around me long enough, you know me. I love me a power fist. Fist weapons in all media are just cool. Trying to make sure that the top of the pauldrons are very, very bright. Look at all these little micro scratches and stuff we've got. Doesn't that look cool? My brush is a little dry. Gonna make it damp again. Oh, we seem to have ended the playlist. I could change that really quick. It does look really cool, and it's easy. That's the thing I love most about dry brushing. It's easy. Easy to learn, hard to master. Here's also a secret, chat. If you get shadows in places that you don't want them, you can just go back to one of these darker colors and stipple the shadow back in. I've done that for a couple Marines. It's very, very easy to do. Remember, we established some blue here last pass. So we're just gonna kind of get the edge. See here? And so now there's this really natural gradient there. A lot of these paints and these ideas came from a video that Monument Hobbies did. They did a stream painting Ultramarines. I believe it was Jason. A lot of this is borrowed from that. Although I will be changing up some steps. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay. Comparison. Look at that nice ultramarine blue. Not ultramarine, but ultramarine. You know what I mean? Although, I am actually going to take my smallest dry brush. I'm going to go into a few places. Just to get a bit of color into some of the cracks. Whoops. If you want a finer stippling technique with more control, use a brush like this. Cleaning off the brush. Old ultramarine blue was almost purple, wasn't it? It was a very, 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 very dark blue. It was actually like the pigment ultramarine. And then you got into, that was like the Rogue Trader era, but then you got into 40K where it became like more of a baby blue. And then as time has gone on, it's kind of like gotten darker again and again and again. I am a firm believer. I had a bad pot of Macragge blue because I did the Eving Metal type painting for one of my Ultramarines. Did not enjoy the process, but the main takeaway from that is not that. I think I had a bad pot of Macragge blue because my Ultramarine by the end of it looked purple! He looked purple, and I had no idea why. And then I started comparing the color to swatches I found online. I went to the store with my pot and compared it to another pot. I think I just had a bad pot of Macragge. Not the end of the world. It happens. It's all right. I'm just cleaning off my brushes. Again, because I only use these for my Ultramarines, I'm not worried if there's a little bit of pigment still in there. You can always clean them later. But for the most part, I use these for Ultramarines, so I'm not worried. Look at that texture we have. That is awesome. Now, we're going to give that a minute to fully dry, because despite the name, again, dry brushing, paint still needs time to dry. So we're actually going to move on to basing the Terminator helmet. It's already been primed white, but I want like a fuller coat of that white. I want to actually have it be, because it's just the primer. We're using Bold Titanium White from Pro Acryl. It kills me that Ultramarines ain't Ultramarine. You can make them Ultramarine if you want. Ava, are there rules against deploying your army facing yourself, backs to the opponent? No. The direction that the miniatures are actually facing, irrelevant. It's all about bases. If this guy is right here and say this is a Chaos Space... Well, hold on. There is no advantage here. It is just, okay, I shoot this guy, and then he takes 1 damage, he has 2 wounds. Okay, he shoots back, yada, 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 right? It doesn't actually matter. These paints look sick as hell. I'm very happy with this painting technique. I'm very, very happy with it. I can't wait to show off the metallics. The metallics are going to be my favorite part of this entire tutorial. Did I say sick? These paints look sick as hell. Possum, you can't do that to me because I might be dyslexic, but I'm not diagnosed yet, so you might be ableist. Schrodinger's ableist. Also, I was sick for like all week, so you can't be mean to me. I'm sure they have enough successor chapters that one of them is purple. Aren't the Hawk Lords the Hawk Tua Lords? Aren't they Ultramarine successor? They're purple and gold. Bold Titanium White. The best white on the market. Just using an old synthetic brush. I've never used an actual hairbrush, sable brush, wolf hairbrush, squirrel hairbrush. I don't know. I don't use them. Just making sure my paint is thin, which Bold Titanium White pretty much already is thin. Chat, you know it's going to be awesome? When we talk about Ultramarines, I'm just going to use this stream as footage. That's going to be so sick. Chat, you want your jingling keys? Here you go. Okay, I'm going to let that dry before we do another coat. The lighting is making it really hard to see, but that's okay. I don't trust myself to do edge highlighting or raise details, so I dry brush them. This is what we're going to be doing here. Now, if you'll notice, these guys are a little different. This guy has a bunch of really white streaks, especially like here on his leg. That's a mistake. But frankly, because he's an intercessor, I don't care. I don't care. I care when it's something like Marnius Calgar. But as you can see here, I also dry brushed the next step. And again, volumetric highlights. We're going to only be aiming for the top of the pauldrons, the top of the back, top of the pauldron, wherever the light is coming down. And because the light is coming from directly above him, we're going to be hitting like the power fist, top of the knee pad, the top of the foot. This entire leg, not getting touched. This side will be getting touched. But because he's in shadow, it doesn't really matter all that much. You can also just forego doing any edge highlights. It doesn't matter. Because, like, even... Okay. 3 feet away, right? Always remember the 3-foot rule. If you're, like, getting all up in your miniatures business, you're like, oh my gosh, there's a... Focus. Focus so my bit can work. Oh no, there's a slight difference in coloration right here on the gorget. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Look at your miniature, step 3 feet away, and go... What? Step 3 feet away, remember that you need glasses, and go... Oh wait, it looks fine. Oh wow. It actually looks fine. Focus. The white on the helmet. That was one coat. I think we're done, chat. Excuse me. I think we're done, chat. Again, forgive me for any weird voice fluctuations or weird like little noises I'm making. I've just gotten over my cold. I still have a bit of gunk in my throat. Bonjour, Cast Iron Wixie. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Schrodinger's ableist is the name of an archmagus. Yes, Schrodinger's ableist. Can we focus on the helmet? Ah, I did it. Look how smooth that is, chat. Look how smooth that white is. The back of the helmet has one paint stroke. And you know why I don't care? Because he's only gonna be seen from this. This is the only part that you're gonna ever see of the Terminator's head. It does not matter. Chat, the paint is completely dry. We're gonna move over to the final highlight. White blue. I will be using a different kind of dry brush for this step. If I can grab it. We'll be using this type. Small. You could go with a square brush. I just have this one on hand because it's so small. And we're just going to be doing this. We're going to be going down, down, down. It looks like I'm going up and down, like this. Up and down, up and down. No, I'm only going down, 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 down. You see how I'm not hitting it going up? I'm only going down, 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 down. Because the light go down. Light go down. I love Terminator so much. It's honestly been a joy to paint this Terminator. It has been a complete joy. I've been bashing Iron Warriors Legionnaire Balefire, and he looks like a word bearer just because I added a book. Iron Warriors can read if they want. Speaking of Iron Warriors, for my Iron Warriors fans who did not see the start of the stream, this is part of the great community Chaos Space Marine Army. This is just an Iron Warrior that I converted out of Death Guard parts. And this is technically a Khorne Berserker, a Chaos Space Marine Legionary, and a Death Guard Marine, all kit bashed into a wonderful Iron Warrior. The head is a Khorne Berserker, backpack is a Khorne Berserker, obviously with the balls kind of moved around. The body is Death Guard, the arms are Legionary. The Death Guard body, I went through the trouble of carving off the tentacles and stuff, and I wasn't too worried about a lot of it because, you know, you can just kind of cover most of that stuff anyway. But I thought this head, I was like, oh, that's perfect for an Iron Warrior. You just have to cut the bunny ears off. But this is awesome, you know? Like, this looks sick. I love the stance. I love the little battle trophy he has. Very, very cool. Anyway, we're gonna make sure this paint is really shaken up because it has so much white pigment. We want to make sure that it is shook. It is shook. Treat it like a white paint. Strangle it. I have a feeling Hawk Lords are as much of an Ultramarine successor as the Sons of the Phoenix are successors of the Imperial Fists. As in, not at all. Fair enough. Chat, I hope you're enjoying the stream. If you like what we do, we have some streams where we have 2 streams where I've been assembling the Chaos Space Marines. We're getting a lot of community input. We're also when we start the painting process, we are going to have some people be able to donate. Not some people, but everybody will be able to donate, and like I'll assign a random name. Depending on how many donations there are, we're going to have to make a list anyway. But depending on how many donations there are, we might not have enough minis in general. You know what I mean? The Iron Warrior chunky? He's got to be chunky. He's an Iron Warrior. Iron Warrior's gotta be chunky. If they're not chunky, what are you doing? I wanted to use the Death Guard body in particular because Death Guard are armed with Mark III armor. The Pauldrons look like they're more of a Mark IV thing, but frankly, it doesn't matter. Basically, every Legionary just has like a mix of armor, which technically makes them all Mark V armor, which is very funny. This Khorne Berserker has what I believe is Mark V legs. And then, like, the backpack is, like, a modified Mark V. The helmet's more of a Mark IV type deal. It's interesting. It's interesting when you start seeing this stuff. Obviously, a lot of the Emperor's Children minis have, like, Mark VI up the wazoo, especially with the beaky helmets. It's neat. It's neat seeing all that little stuff. I like little details like that. When you start to talk to me about, like, oh, and then he shot the bolter real good, and then the tank went brrr, like, I don't care. I do not care. I care if it's cool. Like, without going into spoilers, Twice Dead King has a moment with a character going, okay, let's activate this thing. And I went, oh my fucking god, that's awesome. Alright, because I am still learning how the Chaos Terminator shapes are, again, I'm just making sure that the brush is damp. How do you tell it's damp? If it's a little bit cold. Just a teeny tiny bit cold on your hand. And I'm taking the teeniest amount. The teeniest amount. And still. And now we begin. Even then, too much. Remember, I'm only hitting on the downstroke. For things like the helmet, you can get away with just doing side to side. A little stippling here and there. We're able to get your car battery charged and replaced. Not yet. I gotta talk to my folks about that today. see, I'm trying to focus directly on where the light is hitting. Now, you're gonna look at this and be like, oh my god, you ruined it. By the Emperor, what have you done? Trust the process. We are definitely in the ugly phase. Do not worry. You're gonna look at this and be like, he looks so chalky! Don't worry. It's okay. I found that Firstborn are easier than Primaris models somehow to kit bash. Yes. A large part of that is just how, like, modular. Primaris are a little more difficult just because they are more dynamic in poses. But I like the Primaris a lot. I think they look really, really cool. Again, remember, we're trying to focus on where is that light coming from? What is it hitting? Apologies for the camera coming in and out of focus. Again, I don't have a professional setup. This is all just on my phone. There's a bit of dust coming off my brush, which means it's time to load up again. Woo! That was a mistake, but that's okay. It looks a little chalky, and that's what we want. As you can see here, I'm foregoing my rule of only going down just to get some more color on there. The boy is dusty, and that's okay. You know how they're gonna base some at? Like Nevada. Tell you what, chat, I am through this cold, but I still got a bit of a stomach ache. My tummy be hurting. That's okay, though. Ooh! A big mistake. Not to worry, I'll show you how to fix it. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go back to the previous step. Sky blue. Get some ginger beer in you. I do have ginger pills. I might pop one of those and just do it actually. Here's what we do. Your finger adds an excellent stippling technique. We'll wait for that to dry. Dry brush the head again. Let's compare. Very different in tone. That's okay. That's what we want. If you'll excuse me really quick, chat. I am going to go take a ginger pill. Pill? I'll be right back. I didn't start to feel stomach pain until I started drinking the tap water. Because I ran out of bottled water. Alright. The boy had bird poop on his head. I'll fix that up right now. And like that, it's fixed. I like that Ava is so passionate about learning all aspects of the hobby. Of course. I am an artist. I also like games. I like reading. So I fit into Warhammer as like a full-time hobby pretty well. Guessing Kansas has worse tap water? Yep. Carrie can't drink it either. She gets sick. All right. Let's compare. Please. please. Oh my gosh. This was the step we were just at. This is the step we're going for. Now you're going to look at me and go, oh my god, Ava, you ruined it. This was the perfect one. You should have just stopped here. Why is he so chalky? Don't worry. We will fix him. We will fix him. There is a step after this, chat, to get the perfect blue armor. There is a step after this. I like Ava's approach to the hobby. Could you define what you mean by that? Very passionate, but not dismissive of other outlooks. Oh, of course. Contrast paint? No. No. I'm not using contrast on these boys. No. No, 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 no. My brush is too wet. Look at this. You see how it's streaking? We don't want the streaks. We don't want the streaks. Okay. If at all possible, especially with the top of these pauldrons, you're gonna see I'm kind of moving in an almost circular motion, if possible, to get like a pretty good coverage of what's going on. Stippling whenever I can. Which character would you like to voice act in the 40K universe? I don't know. I feel like if GW ever contacted me, they would be like, alright, so you're gonna learn how to use a British accent. I'll be like, alright. Do you want to play a bit of knifey stabby? And then they're gonna be like, please leave. I'll be like, okay. I'm sorry. I'm stroking down. I'm stroking. Remember, if there's any issue, with how exactly the paint is getting on here, do not worry. You can just say it scratches. Watch me get to the end of this and I go, oh no, I forgot something. I missed a step. Oh no, we have to strip the paint. Restart the stream! If there's a place I can't really get an edge, I'm just stippling. Stroking on stream. Hell yeah, brother. Whoops. Again, does not have to be perfect. You know why? These are just Terminators. Does not have to be perfect. And plus, we can just cover that in battle damage later. Just Terminators? How dare you? It's my first one. There's gonna be mistakes. It's fine. You'll notice if you go back in the stream, you're gonna be like, I have this rule for doing this, and you're just gonna be breaking those rules all the time. Because art does have rules. And those rules are meant to be broken. The rules, you learn them so that you understand what they are, so that you can break them better. Doing my best to get the edge of this. You know, let's do an interesting volume here. Wouldn't it be awesome if I came on here and I was like, this is the only way to paint Ultramarines, and if you don't do it exactly like I do, you're gay. Can you imagine that? I could not possibly imagine being ableist. Now that is like a caricature. That's not a real person. At least I hope it's not a real person. But if somebody were to come in here and be like, you're not really painting because you're not doing 3 hours of glazing a blue one to the left pauldron, like, I don't care. If that's what makes you happy when you paint, that's what makes you happy when you paint. I don't really want to do 3 hours of blank. That's just not what makes me happy. What does make me happy is doing these little edge highlights and stuff. With a dry brush. I start very soft when I do the dry brush like this. I start very soft, not like that. I start very soft. And I gradually start to build up that color. If I need more help, I can start stippling. Yes, we do have a Discord, but you must be a YouTube member or a Twitch sub or a patron to get access to it. You can go, by far the cheapest option is going to our Patreon at patreon.com/numbskulls. For $2 a month, you have access to the Patreon, where we have a wonderful, very accepting community of all people, especially LGBTQ, and like we've got a lot of great people in the community. I'm very proud of our community as it is. But you cheapest way to get part of the Patreon is that link, to Discord is that Patreon at patreon.com/numbskull, starting at $2 a month. Oh, sorry, you can't see that. I'm just adding a bit more lighting. I actually want to add a little more stippling. Towards the top. The main inspiration for this look comes from the Marnius Calgar comic. Or the armor. If you look at that comic book and you come back to this stream and you look at it, you're going to be like, oh, that looks like the comic book. Yes. Because I think that look for Ceramite is awesome. We're getting closer, but you'll notice that this blue is darker on Calgar. We'll do that in just a minute. But as far as well, let's do a little bit more on this part of the leg. Just a little more. Just a little more. I'm stippling. I'm dry brushing. The butt flap still has a bit of a problem, but that's okay. In fact, we can fix that. Sky blue is still workable. I do... Well, that part of the power armor is in shadow, so I'm not too worried about it. For the most part, chat, that's it for the armor. This didn't get any edge highlights. Why? Because it's in shadow. It's in shadow. We Ultramarine our Marines today? We are indeed. We are indeed. Look how much darker this one is. Look how much more unified it looks. That's because we're going to do an all-over wash. What? An all-over wash? What? What do you mean by that? What do you mean an all-over wash? You mean we're not going to spend 18 hours glazing the miniature? No, my child. No. My sweet summer child. No. Just some final passes. Woo! It's alright. And it's like it never happened. I see you also have an annual option. I'm always glad to see that available, but I'm an odd duck. No, fair enough. When Patreon started rolling out that stuff, like, we got people going like, oh, could you, like... I would really love an annual option. Which is great. Oh, boy. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay. Here's where we're at, chat. We've got some chalky blue boys. Very chalky. I want to actually add a little more here. This is why we do little passes. I want to add a little more to his leg. And then we'll move on to the next step. It's been a minute since I've been at the painting desk, so forgive me. I'm still getting back to the swing of things. I haven't painted an Ultramarine in 4 months. Heavy on this than I would like to be. A little heavier on it. But that's fine. The unifying wash is going to be absolutely amazing. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. You need one of these. We're going to be using this for a couple parts of this painting process, and we'll see why. Okay. What we're going to need... Payne's Gray Wash for Pro Acryl. This is from Pro Acryl. And their Glaze and Wash Medium. Nothing worse than being sick on my day off. My head is killing me, but as soon as I start work tomorrow, I'll be fine. Evil. Oh, and with this chat, we are done with the dry brushes. If there was a cape, we'd be doing some more. But there are no capes. So we're not doing any. I have a pipette around here somewhere. I need it for specific... Yeah, no, I don't need it right now. Alright. Here's what we're going to do. About that much Payne's Gray. Well, no, a bit more. 3, 4, 5. Let's call it 5. 5.5 drops. It's about that big, right? And then with the Glaze and Wash Medium, add roughly the same amount. Then add about a brush full of water. And really just mix it up. Actually, we're going to have some more water in there. This is what I wanted the pipette for. Just really mix it. Just really, really mix it. Still kind of goopy. I want it to flow a little better. That's a little better. It's more what I want. Alright, chat. This glaze and wash medium is going over all of the armor. Obviously, like any wash, watch for pooling. But this is going to unify everything. We are essentially adding a filter, a blue filter, over our previous steps so that it turns into that lovely blue color we saw on Marneus Calgar and the other Intercessor Marine. Just need to flow a bit more. What share are you using? This is a mix of Payne's Gray Wash and Procryl Glaze and Wash Medium mixed all in equal parts with water. And just applying it sort of as a filter over the entire Space Marine. You could use an oil wash for this, you could use an enamel wash at this step, but I want to show you this one because I really, really like the results. Again, like with any wash or glaze, watch for pooling, be mindful of that. You might even need to do a second pass at some point, but that's okay. I may have gone a little too heavy on the dilution. That's alright. I want to put that aside for now. Add a little more Payne's Gray to it. 2 drops. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. No real mixes here. I became a YouTube member. How do I join the Discord if I don't have a link in my YouTube account? Connect your Discord to your YouTube account. If it's already there, if it's already connected, disconnect it, reconnect it again. Out of curiosity, in your opinion, which faction is the least played between Raven Guard and Ynnari in general? I don't know. And I don't really have an opinion on that. I am just drenching this thing in this Payne's Gray Wash. Not that much. Not that much. That was like literally dripping. Don't want it to drip. We just want to filter. Kind of use it like a contrast paint. Big brushfuls, bold strokes. But be mindful of pooling. What I like about Proakryl's Glaze and Wash Medium is that there is a very, very long working time. Not days like an oil wash, no. But longer than, say, a normal acrylic wash. Look how much there's pooling there. I can just take it, move it somewhere else. If I don't see it for like 5 minutes, I can still go back, soak it up, redistribute it. Normal acrylics, I can't do that. At least not to this consistency. wanted to go for a grimdark kind of look, and you wanted to use something like Villainique's Goon's Grime, or whatever the other one is, I can't remember the name. Sort of enamel or an oil wash. Do it here. Do it at this step. Replace this step with that. The idea is when you add a filter over your Space Marine, or over any miniature for that matter, when you want to add a dark color, you want to have the under layers bright enough that they're still going to show through. Again, it's just a filter. We might even do a second pass on this. Okay. We're going to leave that for now. I'm going to wash the helmet. I'm also using my brush sort of like a sponge to remove it from the recesses. It won't be perfect, but that's okay, because we can just touch it up later afterward. Same wash. Same exact wash. Alright. Now it's just time to wait. Periodically check them for any unnecessary pooling. This one looks fine. Except in the face here. I'm actually going to take away a little bit there. Again, just using my brush like a sponge. Just taking it away. If it's too dark, that's fine. We can brighten it back up, but it's not going to be too dark. This is such a thin consistency. It's not going to be too dark. But we are going to leave it alone. And if we need to do a second pass, we will. This is what the blue is going to look like when it's all dry. I fear that I made it too thin. Again, been a minute since I painted Ultras, but that's fine. What was the music in the background? The Dark Tide soundtrack. In the meantime, you know what we're going to do? We're going to paint a bit of this Black Legion Iron Warrior. This one from the jump is going to be messy. What paint brands do you use? All kinds. Army Painter, Citadel, I guess now Warhammer paints, Vallejo, Pro Acryl, all sorts of stuff. Just while we wait for this to dry, it's going to be a Black Legion Iron Warrior. You're going to see it's a little different in terms of painting technique. Now you're probably going, Ava, this is a Black Legion. Why the hell are you painting it brown? Again, like that Ultramarine. This is going to be the layer of dirt in between the armor panels, in those recesses. I find that if you use brown in recesses when painting black armor, it looks more interesting. You can disagree with me. You can agree with me. It's fine. More brown. Be real messy with this step. You're getting a Black Legion tutorial in this stream as well, it looks like. Just as we wait for stuff to dry. Looks a bit like a death guard at the moment. But that's fine. He'll dry in just a minute or two. And then we move on to coal black. Coal black is probably my favorite black to use. It is the most matte black I've ever seen. This is coal black. You see how it's not reflecting any light? That's what I like. I'm gonna use this one. This is not the one that I was using for the blue earlier. Would you make a recommend a brown for iron hands as well? Yes. I think if you're painting sort of a grim dark style of any sort of chaos thing or just black armor like Black Templars, Iron Hands, Dark Angels, Heresy colors, a brown undercoat into the recesses looks really, really good. I have an example. If you look closely, this one's a little harder to see, but you can see on the shield here. If you look closely, the recesses, they are brown. And it just gives that slight kind of like, oh, there's like some dirt built up there. It's a little hard to see on camera, but it's there, I promise you. I wouldn't just teach you a painting technique or tell you a piece of advice for painting and be like, lol, 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 you bought my bait. Ha 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 ha. Let's check the drying. We will probably have to do a second pass, but that's fine. That is a-okay. Right now we are painting a Black Legion as we wait for those to dry. Oh, wait. Is that a bit of pooling I see? Not on my watch, mister. enough. Coal black. Using a dry brush for this. Sort of like an overbrush. Sort of like a dry brush. Maybe this brush actually isn't the best to use for this. What to use, you know what? This flat one will be fine. See what I mean? That the square ones don't really catch the flat surfaces all that well. It's interesting. Alternatively, you could use a makeup sponge for this step. I do not care about the texture being built up because that's what we want. Maybe it's just because the paint is so liquidy. Let's use this one. I also might need much better. Again, look how well it's catching the flat panels now. Sometimes my phone just stops charging on this thing, so give me 1 second. I think I know what to do. Uno momento. Should be fine. I recently started getting pulled up into Warhammer by some friends who play it a bunch. I'm playing a lot of catch-up. It's all good. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to see. But the important thing is to have fun. Hope you're doing well, Explosi. kind of hard to see, but there is brown in those recesses. I did go very heavy-handed with it, and that's mainly because I was trying to find a brush that would work, and that's my bad. But it's all right. Now we've got like a cool black texture. Finally made it to the gym. Hope you have a good workout. Like, look at that leg. You see how that's a bit textured now? That's gonna look really good when we start adding some metallics over it. All right, check. You can see as it's drying. Ah! You can see as it's drying. One minute. Bit of weird cooling up here. Why are you not charging, you little dingus? You can see here, the blue is far closer to what it is over here. It just needs maybe another pass of the filter. And I did go very heavy-handed with the final highlight color, so that's probably what it is. But another pass of the wash will do it good. Also, a big thing with these is understanding that when it's just one color on the miniature, it's gonna look weird. It's gonna look weird. One second, I can use an example. If I can find one. Here we go. Here's a Victrix Honor Guard compared to an Intercessor. Do you see how the Honor Guard looks a little weird compared to this one? It's the same blue. It's the same techniques. I definitely did not go as heavy as I did on the new Marine, but that's okay. Learning. I gotta get back into the swing of things. But I showed you that to make the point that when there's just one color, or even two colors in the case of the Victrix Honor Guard, with the white, it looks weird. It looks strange. Are you going to add some Nuln Oil or Earth Shade to deepen the shadows? No. This is our shade. We want that nice, vibrant blue. So we're going to give another pass of that blue shade with a little more Payne's Gray wash actually mixed into it. It'll darken it slightly, but it's so thin it doesn't even really matter, to be honest. The helmet, again, same wash on the helmet. Look how good that looks. That's just the wash. I didn't touch it back up. I didn't do another pass with any colors. That's just the wash. There's a little bit of a gunk right there. That's fine. I mean, we're going to touch this back up anyway. And this does look dry. So, where is my white? I'm going to get a very fine brush. I always make sure the paint, or the brush gets wet and then dried. I'm not worried about it looking perfect. I'm not worried about having the crispest paint strokes and the best looking glazes and the whatnots. I care about it being done. And I have to remind myself of that sometimes. It's easy to get lost in the sauce. You like the sauce, but you gotta be careful, because you don't want to get lost in the sauce. Focus. Now, if you're watching this and you're going, oh my god, look at the detail. I could never do any of that. Once upon a time, I couldn't do this. You know what I did? I practiced. And I learned. And I got better. I do not care about the fact that it's going to be inside of the helmet slot. I don't really know what to call it, but I do not care. Big tip I found for glazing is that you have to have the paint thin and on the brush lightly wick off the extra moisture, and it will have collected on the tip of the brush with a paper towel. Yep. Thinning is important. I really like Pro Acryl because their paints out the pot are pretty thin. I do not like thinning my paints. I don't like it. That's great. That's where I want it. And I'm happy with it. We'll do the eyes later and the metallics, but let's check on our marine. Oh my gosh. The blue has darkened. It pretty much looks like the other one. It's a bit lighter, but that's fine. Again, another pass will be good. Maybe even not. Like a very thin, more pigmented pass. That's pretty much it, though, you know? What's good, Ava? Hi, Vivi! Good morning. Ava just learned about the Evangelion 30th anniversary leak. I watched it last night. It was really cool. I liked when they reanimated some of the shots from the 90s anime and like they copied the filter and everything. That was really cool. I thought that was awesome. I really like Evangelion's messaging overall across like most of its media. Where it's just like, find a way to love yourself. Oh. You know what I need to do? I need to take these boxes out from under my desk, or, haha, I can reposition them. Sorry if I missed that info, but do you use Blender, ZBrush, or Nomad Sculpt? None. I tried learning Blender, didn't get very far. I might attempt again at some point in the future, but currently, ignorant to all things Blender, or all things 3D modeling. I'll tell you what, we can do the eyes. You know how you do eyes? Contrast paints. That's how I do them. How you doing, chat? I'm just shaking the ever-loving hell out of this. I have a cat under my arm. Contrast paints my beloved. They're pretty cool. I like them. Maybe pick a brush that's small enough, but has a big enough belly for this job. I think we'll use this one. They have made doing the horses for my Jade Lancers a breeze. Oh, yeah. I like my paint stirred, not shaken. Well, in this establishment, we shake our paints. Got some good ASMR going on. And we're shaking Blood Angels red. We're just shaking the ever-living fuck out of it. Just keep shaking that shit. Shake it. Ew. I bet if Carrie was here, she'd be like, fuck yeah. Blood Angels red contrast paint. Make sure I don't have very much on the brush. Sorry that didn't pick up on camera very well, but I'm doing eyes, so you understand. And that's that. It's that easy. You could add like a dot highlight, but honestly, not required. Don't matter. Oh, chat, I'm so excited. We're almost to metallics. Oh, I'm so excited. We're almost there. You know, chat, as the blue has actually dried, yeah, maybe a little more of a filter, but still, like, that's pretty much it. That's it, man. It's still drying a bit in the recesses, but that's okay. This is what we're using for the gold. I will demonstrate to you the magic. This is a alcohol-based paint. Ava, don't check the time. How long do you think you've been streaming? I started at 8. It's at least been 2 hours. I'm gonna say 2.5 hours. This is an alcohol-based paint. This stuff is not water soluble. It means you cannot thin it with water. Do not thin this with water. Do not do that. You must use isopropyl alcohol. You must. But I will demonstrate what this paint looks like and how it performs on this lowly Iron Warrior. Watch what happens. Which? Painting doesn't have to be hard, chat. It all depends on the tools you use. This is Vallejo. Liquid metal gold. You must be very careful with it because it's so thin. But once you get used to it, the results are unbeatable. That's gold. That's not Retributor armor. That's not some sort of brass. That's gold. Again, it's isopropyl alcohol. So it's a bit different in working with it. I would advise being in a well-ventilated area if you do use it. But the results, chat. The results speak for themselves. Yeah, basically just have a window open. Zero effort. A little bit gets on the armor panels. I'm not worried about it. Again, got a little bit on there. That's fine. We can clean it up. That's a nice looking paint. It's the easiest metallic I've ever worked with. A lot of my miniatures, if I ever show them to you, you'll notice that they kind of stop at the metallic phase. Just because I do not like working with acrylic metallics at all. I do not like it. I think no matter the brand, I will use them for like touch-ups or little things here and there. But for chaos trim, or any trim for that matter, I'm using this. Even if it's I'm a little out of practice. I have been sick. I haven't painted anything in a little while. So I'm getting back into the swing of things. I gotta build up my brush muscles again. If you do get this paint, you need to make sure that the brushes you use for it are not the ones you're also using for your acrylic paints. You need to have your own set of brushes just for this. Because this is an alcohol-based paint, eventually your paintbrushes are going to fall apart. They're going to deteriorate at a rapid pace. But that's okay. My favorite thing about this paint, other than the coverage and the general everything about it, is that it actually looks like gold. It's not like Retributor armor where it looks orange or like yellow, and that's really weird to say because, you know, gold is yellow. But you know what I mean. This is all one coat. Have you used speed paint? Yes. I generally like speed paints. I don't really like contrast paints. And the reason being is because I find contrast paints largely have a waxy finish to their stuff. Like GW's contrast paints all have like a waxy sort of deal once you stop using them, which makes them pretty cool for skin or like other little details. But for majority of things, I do not like them. I do not like them. Trying to make sure I have very little on my brush, especially for these Mark III trim parts. I spent like, what, 5 minutes? And the trim's almost done. Like, if this isn't cheating, I don't know what is. Actually ridiculous. If you ever want an acrylic that's sort of like this, Liberator Gold is an actual gold. I wouldn't use it because of how thin it is. I would recommend something like bright gold from Pro Acryl. Same type of gold, but in my opinion, a better paint. That's pretty much the trim done, Chad. Like, that's insane. I mean, come on. Obviously, it looks a little different on camera than it does in real life, but I promise you, this looks like gold. Are you winning, Ava? I just did Chaos Trim on a Legionary in, like, 5 minutes. I am very much winning. That's stupid. You just have a bit of cleanup. I'm not doing the bolter yet because I want to do some hazard stripes on there, but that's it. That's ridiculous. That is actually freaking ridiculous. Vallejo, liquid metal, gold. The gold got scratched off, but you're looking for this pot. There are a couple different golds. They have old gold and rich gold and whatever. This is just gold. It was actually 15. No, it was 5. My personal time is actually more accurate than your time. Like, let's look at this from the 3-foot rule. That's crazy. I would be, like, without even shading or anything like that. Oh, yeah, that's a Black Legionary. Where'd you get the power pack from? This power pack is from the Khorne Berserker kit. But I cut off the balls. And then I shortened the arms and then just kind of glued them there. To give, like, a weird sort of modified, like, almost Mark III, Mark VI, Mark V, whatever the hell, hybrid. Again, little messy. That's mostly because I'm out of practice. But that's insane.
It's pronounced Vallejo.
You mean Vallejo? Vallejo? Check back in with our Ultramarines. Chat, dare I say we don't even need a second pass? After it's been fully dried? That's the same blue. Dare I say we don't even need a second pass? Oh, we might on this guy. Yeah, this guy needs a second pass. Alright, 1 second. Where's my Payne's Gray? What? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Do you know what grinds my gears? GW does not revamp the Chaos Rhino Predator and Land Raider to give their own Chaos Trim upgrade kits to make them pop. I feel like I'd kind of hate that. I like the Chaos Rhino as it is. Well... I don't know. doing the wash again, but I've added more Payne's Gray wash to it to give more of a blue tint. I definitely overbrushed the highlight color on this one. That's okay. We can readjust. There's always time to readjust. You could even, with this wash, specifically target areas that you want to be more in shadow and do sort of like a selective wash. You could do that. I'm not saying you have to, but I'm saying you could. If that's something that strikes your fancy. Okay. We're gonna give that time to for that wash to dry. Let's move on to our Terminator. The Terminator has become the star of the show now. Okay. It's time, I think, for doing the blacks. Coal black. We are going to base pretty much the metallics, the armor joints, so like this little part where his booty is. I'm gonna put colors all over there. I will be using a thin brush. Let's see here. This one will do. This is the same one I used for the contrast paints. Because who the heck is ever gonna see the underside of your Terminator? Except you. And someone's gonna come into chat in 3, 2, 1 going like, oh, I'm gonna go to a tournament and look under every single person's mini. Do not do that. That's quite rude. Ultimately, paint to a standard that you are happy with. Don't worry about what anyone else says or thinks. By the time you're done, if you're happy, that's a good looking miniature, you know? That's why when we do like the community painting showcase, I'm just gonna sound like a broken record, because the entire time I'm gonna be like, this is awesome. This is great. See a little black got on the arm there, so I'm just gonna wash my brush, make sure it's wet, and just wipe it away. Just wipe it away. Easy peasy. I really want to get the palm, this power fist, power palm, if you will. Alright. Let's base that bolter. Music's going hard but a little loud. That's because I'm mumbling. And also because the Dark Tide soundtrack is loud as fuck. There we go. It's just because I'm mumbling all the time. That Stormbolter looked great in the base color, all rusty and stuff. Oh, yeah. Look, if you're looking at this and you're like, ooh, I wish he didn't do this part. Or, oh, I wish I would have, like, kept it as this rather than what Ava did. Yeah, do that then. You have free will. There's a couple places I can see that need some filling in with black. And I'm making sure it's thin. You always want to go thinner than thicker, because you can always correct or add more. Oh my gosh, why is this thing not charging my phone? I don't get it. Is it one of those things where it's like, oh, it's not an Apple charger, so it's like not able to do it? That's really dumb. So take this as an example. I got a bit on the crotch, and I'm just taking the wet brush and brushing it away. Just brushing it away. Ava is meeping, so we can't hear them. What do you mean? Thank you for the 12 months, Cowpie. Welcome, welcome. Always a delight to see you in chat. Always try to find the angle that will best suit your purposes. And that does mean holding your mini very strange ways. I was holding it completely upside down for a second there. With more colors on this bad boy, he's going to look awesome. Let's do a check on this Marine. Yeah, he's going to need some time. Oh my gosh. Okay, it says it's charging, but it keeps giving me the notification that there's only 10% battery remaining. That's fine, whatever. As long as the phone doesn't die, we're okay. You know what, I'm also going to black out the vents here. Now I'm thinking about a Space Marine chapter that is based on a planet that is all oceans and salt lakes, and all their shit is rusty because salt. The Dark Krakens come from a planet where there's only one island. They're a salamander successor, but instead of fire, it's all about water. They've got like a lot of bioluminescence on their armor and stuff. It's really cool. It's really, really cool. We're going to do another pass of this black. The Terminator is definitely going to be the star of this stream because I went a little too crazy with the highlights on the Intercessor. But that's all right. That is okay. I'm really thinning down the black. So it just gets all into those recesses. I'll do 2 passes of this once the first layer is dry. Just so that the whole thing is black. Ava's gene-based chapter. Do you want to see something funny, chat? Do you want to see something really funny? Watch this. Pants. Pants blue. Blue pants. What if the 11th edition box comes and instead of Ultramarines, it's some random chapter like a Revilers or something? That'd be cool. I wouldn't mind it. We're also going to black out this Crux Terminatus. We're going to black out both of these.
Did you know that every single one of these things has like a piece of the Emperor's arm?
Yeah, cool. Whatever. I say as I am both individuals. It's rumored that 11th will be Blood Angels. That doesn't make any sense to me. Because Blood Angels have their own Codex supplement. So I do not know why they would launch as the generic Space Marine unless it was Orcs, Space Marines, and then like a month later, Blood Angels Codex. I have no idea, though, why they would just make the generic chapter. I'm all for it. I want that to be the case, because Age of Sigmar has set the standard, at least I hope, going forward, that every single edition will have a different Stormhost as, like, the face. So currently 4th edition has the Hallowed Knights. And maybe in 5th we'll see another on the box art. It'll be really cool to see that. But I think it gets a little muddy when there's different codexes and codex supplements. I think it gets a little hazy. Focus. At least that's what the rumors are. Yep. Is it because the box will have Vanguard Spearhead? Oh, the Vanguard Veterans and Jump Pack Chaplain and some other speeder spacecraft. Like, if it is Blood Angels, that's cool. I need to be very clear. That's awesome. But I have my doubts. Blood Angels have less unique stuff than Ultramarines these days. Yeah, the fact that you guys lost your Librarian Dreadnought is real rough. I hope it comes back in some way. Chat, the one on the knee is also like made of stone or whatever, right? It's not silver. I'm talking box art, not whatever your headcanon is. Apologies of the bad camera angles. This is like detailed work, and so I need to have it a bit closer to me rather than the camera. Basically what I'm trying to say is I'm locking in. Hope they revamp the Sanguinary Guard in 11th edition. The response to them was universally negative. But to design a whole new kit based on that, like that takes time. So maybe late 11th, but we'll have to see. If my friend found an article, what Space Marine chapter are you based off your zodiac sign? Ooh, what's Sagittarius? That's me. Intercessor check. He's a little more gray than blue, but that's fine. That's okay. We need to go back to the Crimson Fists. If Crimson Fists are the 11th edition thing, that would be awesome, unironically. Would it be a hot take to not care about zodiac signs? No. That's not a hot take at all. Actually, time to fill his mouth. Open wide, my beautiful baby boy. You will go on. Beautiful and metallic. Soon. Soon you will be metallic and pure. So I'm blacking this out, chat, so that when I do get to the metallics, I won't really have to worry about shading, because I can just basically put the metals on as a highlight. I could just do the neck part, that's fine. Ava Imperial Fists. For Sagittarius? That's kind of fun. That is what I'm attracted to in Horus Heresy, so it kind of makes sense, I suppose. We need Pedro Cantor back. Pedro Cantor does have a data sheet. Like, he is a character you can play as. He's just a model that's old as fuck. But people have made their own Pedro Cantors. Usually based off Torgaradon. Torgarad. The fucking Imperial Fist character that I don't care to learn the name of. I will be using his body for a Primaris Lieutenant. Make a very femboy chapter of the Imperial Fist. Call them the Imperial Fisted. What do you take me for? It's coming together, chat. Little more gray than blue. I kind of regret doing the second pass on the wash. But it's fine. He looks a little dirtier. And, like, he's just a generic intercessor. He's not even a sergeant, so it's fine. Cancer is mine and it's Dark Angels. That's fun. What the... Huh. Alright, chat. It's time for metallics. In fact, this poor intercessor, we're going to set aside. Because while he was supposed to be the primary example, this Terminator has turned into the primary example. It's time for metals. Vallejo. Magnesium. Ava, what do you think of Angron's attitude toward his Legionnaires, both pre and post heresy? What do I think his attitude was? it's a weird, complicated relationship because different authors had different interpretations of it. It's weird because he was like, none of you can understand me. Anybody who tries to talk to me, I'm going to put nails in your head. And then they died. And Karn was like, I put nails in my head willingly, and I survived. And Angron was like, wow, that's actually fucking cool that you survived it. Oh my god, what have you done? Oh my god, you fucking idiot. Why would you ever want the suffering that I suffer? Oh my god, you know. It's complicated. Angron hated the World Eaters. No, he didn't. It's more complicated than that. Angron was disappointed in them, which is worse. That's true. All right. Magnesium. Boop, boop, boop. Look how liquid this is. Hatred was definitely a big part of Angron's feelings towards his own legion, yes. That being said, to sum it up as, oh, he just hated them, that is not accurate. Do you never water down your paint? For something this thin? No. Not for that. For paints like from Army Painter or Citadel, absolutely. But Pro Acryl and Vallejo? Generally, no. Oh, sorry. Sorry. It was not on screen. Like, look how thin this is. Like, come on. Why would you ever thin such a wonderful paint? Citadel be thick, it's true. Do need to be careful with this part because you don't want to clop it on too much, but it's so thin that it's honestly fine. Yeah, that's okay. Okay. Gorgeous. Oh, there's a mold line, but it's underneath, so I don't care. You might think, for a moment, Ava, Vallejo doesn't have, or Vallejo does have a gold in the product that you're using in their metal color range. I know. I don't like that gold. It's too green. paint ever starts to separate, just mix it up. Just schmix it up. Schmix it all up. Don't use AK products. Yup. I do have the Ultra Matte Varnish, but that was before I peeped the horror. I will find another matte varnish when that one is out. I told you, dude, you get some other colors on there. Now we're cooking, you know? I wish I had a camera that was not my phone and would focus automatically on the tiny little guys I want to paint. What a wonderful world that would be. Wait, I'm a streamer. Ah, if only somebody would give me 4,000 US dollars. It would be so awesome to get a kit. Don't do that. Do not do that. Do not do that. I am kidding. I am kidding. I am kidding. Do not do that. I don't even know how much a good camera is. You shouldn't be in autofocus, but I move around so much. Will you be making an Inquisition Agents kill team? I will be mailing you Inquisition Agents kill team. What? Don't do that. Gives 4,000 US dollars. Do not do that. I will actually be really mad. And I will refund you. Do not give me that amount of money just because I'm doing a funny haha tee hee. Don't do that. Make good financial decisions. I command you. I command you. Make good financial decisions. We don't have music currently. That's okay. You know, with how thin this paint is, blacking out the metallics was not a necessary step. With how much it covers, yeah, that was not necessary. We did not need to do that, but that's okay. We're learning, chat. We're learning. Chat, do the Terminator ears do like that part? Do they? Oh, sorry. Does this part, like the little circle on the inner part, does that get colored in with a metallic? I don't have a reference in front of me at the moment. Will you ever make an Eldari anything? What do you mean? Please explain the place that AK made. The YouTube won't let me. Oh, goodness. They basically made a play set that was like a Holocaust thing. And they were like, look how fucking awesome this is. And it was like, don't fucking do that. No, they are not metallic. Thank you. Ava, will you wear wigs? Have you worn wigs? When will you wear wigs? This is very important. Chat, we're going to Katamari.
And the Rwanda genocide as well. Yep. AK Interactive, what the fuck? And then they made a very shitty apology. Oh, it's such a banger, dude. Fuck. I fucking love Katamari. I want a Space Marine chapter based on the King of all Cosmos. Yes. Xenos! Look at this chapter. This little baby chapter. It'll never be a good chapter. I really like the magnesium. I'm still gonna add a highlight of the silver. But I really... Oh, sorry. I'm really liking the magnesium. I'm very happy with its coverage. Chat, what about the belt? Is the belt metallic? This part? Like this part specifically. Not the belt buckle, this part. You built Auschwitz in our Minecraft server! I do that part? Yeah, but was it on the box art? Oh, right, the vents. Holy shit. Like it's cheating. You do the heat effect with the vents. That's a cool effect. I like it. I don't personally want to do it for mine. But whenever I see it out in the wild, I'm like, that's cool. Again, this is my first Primaris Marine. Very happy how it's been going. The little belt bit is black, I believe. I'm gonna look up a picture. BRB.
We're looking at a picture of that Terminator. This just in.
It is black. The little part right here. Right there. That's black. Wait. There's still black usable on the palette. Oh my goodness. We love to see it, don't we, folks? How the hell am I going to get an angle on it like this?
I'm checking the ears.
That's just it. The ears are not metallic. However, the old dumpy forehead thing is. To the metals. Mix. 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 Okay, get like most of that off. Excellent. Wait. There's a little part right here on the bolter I missed. That's okay, we got it. Chad, I think it's time to glue the helmet on. Wouldn't you agree? We just have the Aquila left and some other details, but like the head is pretty much done. He is beautiful. He is beautiful. I'm very excited. This is my first Primaris Terminator. I'm so excited. Okay. Let's do the next stage of metallics and then give it a wash and then we'll be good. We're using silver now. Let's compare to Calgar. Calgar compare. Yeah. Yeah, that's the same. Let's check with our regular Intercessor Marine. A little more gray. That's okay. That was my bad. But honestly, fine. Still fine. Like within the ranks of the Intercessors, he's not going to be noticeable at all. At all. How's People's Day? People's Day is good. Carrie's not awake yet, and I'm very upset. Holy moly! Thank you so much for the gifted memberships, Venmos. Welcome, welcome, everybody. If you have received it, firstly, if you receive a membership, firstly, say thank you. Secondly, make sure that your account is connected to your Discord, if you have a Discord. Once you connect it, you should be able to join automatically the Numbskulls Patreon Discord. Well, I guess it's it's the community Discord. You're going to go in there. It's going to be a great time. If your account is already connected and you're not already in there, make sure you disconnect it, then reconnect it again. Sign in, sign out, basically. We have a great community over there. We got a lot of fun folks. We're trying to discover more community things that we want to do. But for the most part, yeah, it's a chill time. We have a great community, folks. We have a great community, folks, don't we? Don't we, folks? We love our community. Vivi's been showing me very funny clips of a guy doing a Donald Trump impression. It's been very entertaining to look at. Silver. Boop. Silver. Oh, I forgot about the top of the bolter. Whoops, that's okay. I actually don't see much of a difference in this color at all. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna use this as an edge highlight color, which was what my original plan was. Back to the magnesium. Like, it's definitely brighter. It's shinier, but Stanley. Don't talk to me about Stanley. This is a safe space. Chat, we're doing a Chult Expedition D&D campaign, and our DM has introduced a charlatan who has now turned into, I guess, a pseudo-antagonist named Stanley. Well, allegedly named Stanley. And we are currently trying to find him, but we are now... I guess we're going to make, like, a settlement. It's going to be fun. There's lots of survival mechanics. I can't wait to unleash horrors beyond anyone's comprehension as a craftsman. Very exciting. Very, very exciting. No, it is brighter. It is brighter. You can see, like, this is the magnesium, this is the silver. The silver is brighter, but I think it will serve even better as an edge highlight. What's wrong about Stanley? No, Stanley. Okay. We're going to do a black wash, and I don't want to go get my wash paints, so here's what we're going to do. Look at how much water I have on my brush. We're just making a wash paint. More. More. I want it to be almost transparent. Excellent. It's easy to just make your own wash paints, kids. Some of the metallic flakes are getting onto things like the bolter casing, but that's okay. We can touch back up with black in a minute. Oh yeah, that one specific snake that just... Well, that one snake that specifically hates Markiplier. Fascinating. Gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Tofu. Yeah, tofu, bro. There is a new addition in the Snake Saga. Tell me about it. While I go get a refill on my cup. Because there's now metallic flakes in it. Tofu's owner showed Markiplier to some of her other snakes. They did not care. Tofu just fucking hates Mark, bro. That's crazy. So while that wash, that improvised wash, is drying, we can move on to some of the other details, such as, 1 second.
Where is it? Where are my burgundy paints? Aha!
Yes. One of my favorite paints. Mold Berry. One of my favorite paints. I love it dearly. Oh, you thought the snake was a metaphor. No, 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 no. A snake named Tofu hates Markiplier. He just hates him. We don't know why, but he just does. With all the good news, I might be retiring this year. That's wonderful. Now, this is Army Painter, so I'd recommend shaking it as much as you would a regular Citadel paint. Reason being is that Army Painter paints are thick. Capital T, thick. Thick! Test, 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 test. Why is it... Hold on. What about this? Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Strange. Some guy tried to attack Zoran Mondani. How much of a fucking loser do you gotta be to attack such a swell guy? Oh no, he's brown and happy and has good policies. Ah! Fuck off. Solid Snake from MGS hates Markiplier. That is not Markiplier. That's right, Tofu. Kill him. Alright. Mold Berry. I am mixing it about 1-to-1 with black. Coal black. This is for the purity seal. Do I have a bigger brush? I do. Gorgeous color. Gorgeous color.
Any recommendation for palettes? I'm just using some like bathroom tile for my dry palette. I do have a wet palette from the Army Painter. I quite like it. What's your take on glow-in-the-dark paint? Cool. Thank you for the $2. Let's do this purity seal. There's the base for our purity seal. We'll layer it up with undiluted or unmixed mold berry. And then we'll end it off with probably something like elderflower. And it'll look cool. I like, because coal black is so matte. Oh, wow. Really, you can see how the metallics mixed in with the wash. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Cool. Well, we'll layer that back up. No problemo. But because it's so matte, it acts as a perfect shadow color. I really, 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 really like coal black. Breaking news, Zoran Mamdani will force every citizen to paint the trim of 10 rubrics a day. Fuck. Fuck! I'm not even in New York and I'm regretting voting for him. Grrr. Oh, man. Weren't there a bunch of people in, like, fucking Alabama or some shit who were like, we're voting to get Zoran Mamdani? It's like, brother, you live in fucking Alabama. You can't. See, look. It's like the perfect shadow color. Can he get more based? More at 11? I see a tiny, teeny, tiny bit of moldberry. Very thin brush. Thin it, because Army Painter has thick paints. That's a little too thin, but frankly, not going to be a problem. I might go off camera for this. Reason being is that this is a very tiny detail. Honestly, that might be the purity seal done. Like, that looks really good already. Like, you just mix black with mold berry, then you do mold berry on top, and that's it. That's a purity seal. But also we need to do the cloth part. But that's fine. Rubric trim isn't that bad, right? Not with this bad boy. Remember, chat, this was 15 minutes of effort. This trim. 15 minutes. Now, it's not perfect. It's not perfect by any means. I overspilled in some places. But, all one coat. That's crazy. For one coat? Sir. Breaking news, Andrew Cuomo
Carrying around a large, gross book. When asked what the book was, Cuomo stated, "It is a great encyclopedia of Nurgle's love," and began breathing flies at reporters. My favorite video of, like, I guess relatively recent politicking is that guy during the election for New York's mayor who went up to Andrew Cuomo and he just kept going, "I am Andrew Cuomo. I don't take no for an answer, especially from women." I'm Italian. He just kept saying shit, man. It was crazy. Let's take a look at that purity seal. Ooh, yeah, baby. That's a fucking purity seal. God damn. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We love us a purity seal. We love us a purity seal, don't we, folks? We love a purity seal. You've never seen a purity seal quite like this one. No, you haven't. You might think you have. You haven't. Cringe. Cringe, I say. They're telling me this Horus wants to get rid of this guy called the Emperor. Kind of based. Kind of based. They're cohorting with demons. Lorgar Aurelian spotted in the warp. Not good for his reputation, is it, folks? Leman Russ! Never liked him. Too smelly. Too smelly. He's the smelliest Primarch. Isn't that right, everybody? Please stop. It's me, the Emperor of Mankind. The difference is, I know that I'm right. We're gonna use this for the purity seal. We're gonna use Tomb King Tan to base, and then Ancient Stone. Well, we're gonna use a Sepia wash in between, but you get the idea. What the hell did I come back to? Leman Russ, the worst Primarch. I never liked him. We're never going to be free of him, are we? I'm checking headlines every day. I'm pretty sure we're not gonna be hearing about stuff in a very short amount of time. But who knows? Just keep checking those headlines. Tomb King Tan. We are basing the Purity Seal. I'm layering it kind of thick. You can't see it, but that's fine. I'm layering it kind of thick. That's just so we get good coverage. I feel Army Painter's Ooh! See? Don't panic. Wet your brush. Sure it's got a little more water than that on it. And just start brushing. It's okay to make a noise. It's okay to make a noise like that. That's a good reaction noise. Like it never even happened. Like it never even happened. See? See? Everything's fine.
If there's a bit of texture from your brush strokes on the purity seals, it's actually fine. And it makes it look even more like parchment, you know? So I'm gonna wait for that to dry. And then I do have a sepia wash somewhere around here. Might be over here.
Ah! I found it.
Spice Marine! Pandora, welcome. I hope you're doing good. I just dropped the paint. Hope everybody's doing good today. Behold, a Terminator. Originally, I was gonna do the Intercessor. The Intercessor was supposed to be the star of the show, but he's kind of gray now. But that's okay. We can fix him. Honestly, what we might do, not this stream, but a thing that you would do to fix this is go back to sky blue. Like, basically, this has taken us back to, well, not even. It's taken us back to dark gray blue. So we need to just relayer with blue, sky blue, and then white blue again. That's salvageable. That's very salvageable. Carrie, good morning, my love, my everything, my darling. How are you? I hope you slept well. Oh, my everything. I hope you had the best sleep. Look, Carrie. We got Terminator going. It's about time to glue his head in, actually. Let's be careful. I'm specifically trying to grip it from the back of his head, because that's not going to be visible to anyone. There he is. Okay. Super glue. A healthy amount of super glue. Yes, dude. Yes. I'm here to kick your ass. Yes, dude. Yes. He looks awesome. Got Calgar over here. Oh, yeah, dude. Just a little lighter with the final highlight step. Okay. Let's get that purity seal. We don't even need that much, honestly. kind of old and crusty. But we'll relayer it, and it'll look really, really cool by the end of it. Okay. Let's do the cruxes really quick. I don't want to do the edge highlights for the metal just yet, and I'm not going to do very many edge highlights. Let me be very clear. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this new one. Dark warm gray. That's fine. How are you gonna paint the crux on the left shoulder pad? Like it is on the box art, like a stone kind of thing. We're using dark warm gray. Never used this paint before, so I'm excited. It's kind of like an Eshin gray, just from a glance. Actually, you know what? We're gonna base coat this color because I like it more than basing it black. Even so, I'm still trying to keep the black, like, in the recesses. How do you paint so delicately? Practice, practice, practice. Practice does not make perfect, but practice does indeed make progress. Oh, it dries lighter. Look at that. See? Again, you could just be looking at all these and going like, huh, Ava's way of painting Ultramarines is wrong. I like my way. Yeah, you should like the way that you paint Ultramarines. Or Space Marines or whatever. Yeah, I like that. That's cool. Alright. Now we gotta get the, Here's an idea. Why don't we dry brush the last step on? Why don't we dry brush it? Yeah, let's get some dry brushing. Dry brushing! Where's my uniform gray? Uniform gray from the Army Painter. Thank God I run Necrons, that way I can fuck up all I want and it won't look abysmal nasty. I paint Ultramarines specifically under the feet, claws, and feet of giant bugs. Fair enough. I had a dream where I was being chased by a Carnifex. Oh, I'm sorry, my love. I'm glad you're out of it now.
this brush. The Carnifex is still chasing you. The chances of being eaten by a Carnifex are low, but it's never, ever 0. Oh, the layer of blue is coming out from underneath it. That's not good. Let's give that some time to dry. Huh. I think the bristles are a little aggressive on it. What color are bolter casings usually? Let's find out. Kind of like a bronze, like a copper. Let's see how this looks. Remember, chat, variety is the spice of life. So if this guy ultimately looks like he has lighter armor than the rest of the Terminators in his squad, whatever. Maybe he's a replacement. Maybe he just got his armor touched up. Maybe he's just a special boy. What is this playlist? Holy shit, I love this. Is the Katamari playlist. This is the King of All Cosmos theme. Let's see what Gilman Flesh looks like over this silver. Gilman Flesh is so thin, it didn't really change it. Okay. Let's rethink our strategy here. I do have a Pro Acrylic. Hey, what's your thoughts on Imperial Knights? Imperial Knights have never really spoken to me until the new one got released. Like the article for it came out. I think that new Imperial Knight looks awesome. Big fan of that one.
Honestly, just a base coat of that looks great. Oh god, it's this fucking song. We gotta get the hell out of here. Yeah, those are some bolter casings.
Why is this the ancient Greece one?
I was more wondering about painting. I don't know. I feel Knights is gonna eventually get me, but it'll take a minute. I don't really have an urge at the current time to really get into them. Chaos or otherwise. This one. Worst case, we just paint it normally. If you're not happy after a first pass, do a second. If you're not happy after a second, do a third. Hey, Carrie. Do you play Night Rain later? If you're not happy with a 70, do an 18. All caps yes to Night Rain. Very good. Very good. Yes. Well, let's play Night Rain later. Yeah, we can do Night Rain. Chad, are we ready for the gold again? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get everybody mad. Liquid, metal, gold. Bye, Vallejo. Uh-oh. 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 I've messed up a lot. Where's my IPA? Uh-oh. This is fixable. Don't worry. We just need to wash off our brush with some isopropyl alcohol. Take a teeny tiny little bit of it. And gently wipe. This is the annoying part about this paint, is that if you do mess up, fixing the mistake is a bit tedious. But it is doable. We can always repaint over it. I'm taking a clean brush, soaking it in the alcohol, doing a few strokes, wiping it, getting more alcohol, and just gently touching until I see that the gold glint is gone. Gentle with this step. Very, very gentle. Because this stuff is liquid, it gets everywhere. So be careful. If there's any golden flecks left anywhere, that's fine. That can be solved with a varnish. as possible. Just gotta be a little careful. Okay. Well, now that that disaster is avoided, let's get back to doing it. A bit of a misstep, but that's okay. It's normal. Even the best painters in the world have missteps. I promise you that they do. On the plus side, gold looks great. Remember, chat. Can always fix stuff. And never, ever, ever forget the 3-foot rule. Can you see those tiny little mistakes we made? No. You can't. Not from 3 feet away. So ultimately, it's fine. But I'm always 2 inches away. Sorry, Ava, I subscribe to the 3mm rule. Well, sounds like you live a miserable life. There's a bit of flakes in the water again.
I'll be right back.
Actually, you know what? Let's do the metallics. Let's do the metallics. And then we'll finish that up. And then, we're almost done, chat. We're back to silver. I do want to make the crux a little lighter. I'll probably mix 1-to-1 Pro Acryl white and uniform gray, just to make like a really, really pale gray color. I promise you the edge highlights are showing up way more on camera than they are in real life. Oh, I forgot about the little wing thing on the side of the bolter. That's okay. Where's my dark warm gray? Here we go. Still have to get used to the shape of this guy. painting is tushy. Happy International Women's Day. We love women. Honestly, you know, it's a really good tactic to doing the inner armor part. Base it in a gray. And then wash it with black. Probably what I'm gonna do next when I do another Terminator. Or even just regular Space Marine. Women kind of based for real. True. Let's get that purity seal done. Back to the base coat of Tomb King Tan. I'm letting the sculpt guide me as to where the edges are. You want to do some writing chat? We can take our dark warm gray. Actually, no. Actually, let's go with the brown. I want to thin this down enough. To where... Let me turn up the gain on my mic. 1 second. Sorry, I just mumble all the time. But we're gonna thin this down enough where it's flowing off my brush. And then with a very shaky hand,
You can't even really see the other seal, so it doesn't matter. What the? That was spooky. Touch up the edges a little bit. That's a purity seal done. We're gonna take some Payne's Gray wash and wash a little bit into the, what the? Oh, there's a bunch of gunk built up because I haven't done that in a while. There we go. Ew. Basically gonna be washing over wherever the gold spilt over a bit. And then we're actually gonna go back to the gold. Gold for now is done. We're not using that gold to touch it up because it's way too liquidy. So we're going to be using an acrylic paint to touch it up when it's fully dry. As a base coat for gold, unmatched. Before we get too far ahead, let's mix some white and gray and finish off that purity seal.
We're gonna do equal parts. So about a drop of white. We're not gonna need much at all. And then like a drop of gray. And it's just thicker, so I'm gonna make it a little smaller. That's about what we're going for. Wait, what am I doing? I'm using the wrong dry brush. That's what I'm doing. We're gonna continue to the last steps with a brush. Where's my tiny brush? Tiny brush. Welcome aboard to Ava's Wacky Painting Stream. Welcome, welcome. If this paint, because we're mixing in so much white, if it ends up looking a bit chalky, that's actually advantageous to us. Because we want this to look like it's made of stone. Or like some sort of ceramite-ish thing. Next time I will just be basing this in like a light gray and then washing it with a black. That'll speed this up a lot. But you know, every time you paint something you learn. I've learned a lot just from this stream. And I love learning. Let's wash the gold. Chat. Do we want to wash it brown or with Gilliman flesh? This is what the Gilliman's flesh wash will look like when it's dried. Not exactly like this, but it's a warm orange. Or we could go with a brown, more of a naturalistic look. Canoe flesh for sure. Let's get it.
Dad! Dad, we found your flesh in a bottle!
What?
Yeah, I was just sitting around. We shook it up.
You what?
Why are you upset?
Oh, this one from earlier. We could just... Amazing. Nope. Yep. Oh, yeah. It's all coming together. Yeah, we're almost done. I'm kind of sad. We're almost done with our Ultramarine. Now, I was supposed to paint 2 of them this stream, but it is what it is. I bet we have spent as much of this stream as me making progress as we have me fixing mistakes. But that's all part of the journey. I can say I'm very proud of this Terminator. I will happily put this on the tabletop. Once that wash is dry, which won't be too much longer, this is roughly an equivalent to the actual gold from Vallejo. So, what we're going to do is we're just going to relayer with this. And that's it.
There's also some little details here and there, like the rivets, which we might touch up. That might be the final touch, just going around touching all the rivets. But yeah, chat, we're almost done with our Ultramarine. Oh, good luck on your interview. Don't fuck up. I recently learned the power of the sponge painting. Yes, yes. It's very similar to this, but you get a much finer texture. Yeah. It's real good. Now, what's unfortunate is I don't have any Ultramarines transfer sheets, which is unfortunate, but whatever. Wash is dried. Which means it's time. Bright Gold from Pro Acryl. Ooh, it's leaking. It's not supposed to do that. It's fine. It's on the table. It's fine. Don't freak out. Look at that. Look at the difference. Like, literally, as the light hits it, look at that difference. Whew. That's a sexy gold.
Why'd you spill the paint up on the table?
Let's get one more shot of the Aquila on the chest. Look at this. Gilliman flesh. And then the relayer. Like, the light hitting it. It's such a difference to relayer it. Oh my goodness. Gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Now that is a proud son of Rabute Gilliman. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, Aquila. Gorgeous. Any tips to make it so the gold sheen doesn't go away when you apply varnish? There's only one way to do that, and that is once you varnish it, you take a either satin or gloss varnish, a brush applicable version, and just go over it. That's it. So when I varnish this, and if I were to do a matte varnish, I would definitely take a satin or a gloss, go over the Aquila, go over anything else that was gold, or just leave it. You don't have to varnish it like that. You can do it any way you want. Oh, I don't have any transfers, chat, and I'm not doing the Ultramarine symbol free-handed. Are you crazy? I can't do that. Chat, I do believe. That's our Ultramarine. Let's compare it to Calgar. Calgar, check! My paint! For reference, Calgar does not have the layer of gold over his stuff. Which, honestly, you know what? Before we go today, let's get that going. Let's at least get it started. Let's at least get it started. Sorry, not Calgar. Captain in Gravis armor now. And this is a character, so I'm much more cautious as to where my paint is ending up. Whoops, I forgot to refocus him. Sorry about that, chat. You know, Chad, technically this is Titus. Isn't that fun to think about? Unfocusing. Compare the shoulder pauldron and look at the Aquila. Watch as it hits the light. You see that? That's why you relayer it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's hot. That is hot.
Look at that shoulder pauldron in the Aquila. Oh my god, it's gorgeous. That gold is golden, baby. Yes. And now the laurel. Oh my god. My god. Babe, that goes hard. Yes. Yes. I'm gonna do a little more. Basically until the pool of gold I got is done. Yes. All right, chat. You know what? We're going to wrap it up there. But I'll tell you what. If I'm feeling up to it tomorrow, it's all going to be about finishing Calgar. No? What do you mean, no? God, that gold looks really good. It's hard for it to pick up on the camera. It doesn't even want to. But Ava, we don't want to go to bed? Well, I'm sorry. He looks pretty good already. Yeah, but just like the finishing details, like the highlights on the bolters, the highlights on the loincloth, little Ultramarine symbols here. The transfer I'm not worried about, but like just touching up the gold and stuff, and then he'll be done. That'll be it. Wow. Alrighty. Let's put Calgar over there for now. Let's check out our Terminator. My first Primaris Terminator. Here, let's get some, like, more... Whoa. My first Primaris... Let's go a little lighter. My first Primaris Terminator. Focus. Here, get this out. That's probably what's causing it. Oh my gosh. Stop. My first Primaris Terminator. Very happy how he came out. Very, very happy. Let's compare to Calgar. Very good. Let's compare to a normal intercessor. Very good. Very good. Well, chat, thank you very much for coming on by. I hope you learned something, even if you don't play or collect Ultramarines. I hope you learned something here, or just had a good time. Support us on all the stuff, and I definitely want to do more painting streams. We might be back tomorrow for some Calgar. We might be doing some Calgar tomorrow, but we'll see. I hope if anything, this gave you something to work on. Or something to listen to while you were working on your drawing or other painting or whatnot. Oh yeah, and we can't forget. One minute. We cannot forget this Legionary that we started base coating. I think I just wanted to demonstrate how the thing looked here, but we will have to paint over that at some point. I just wanted to demonstrate the gold, but not a big deal at all. Well, chat, thank you for coming on by. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I hope you have a good start to your week, and we'll see you some other time. Let me just get my brushes all in order here. I need to set aside the ones that I used for where is it? The gold. It's these three. These three are my golds. I'm gonna put them aside, just somewhere else. Okay. I have some cleanup to do, and then I'm gonna get some food and stuff. Thanks everybody for coming on by. We'll see you in the next one. Bye!